It's Disneycember 2022, and as you probably know, every year I try to add a new subject or genre or studio or just something new every year to keep things lively. And oh boy, do I have something amazing this year. It turns out Disney also bought Blue Sky Studios. Blue Sky, you know, the studio that made Ice Age and Ice Age 2 and they made quite a few Ice Ages. But you know, come on, Rio! Did they make a Rio 2? Up there it is! Okay, as you probably guessed, I wasn't very excited to do Blue Sky Studios for Disneycember, so how about Marvel and Star Wars games as well? Does that work? I started doing Disney games last year, so if I work this in, that's something else, right? Okay, something else. Let's say if there's a movie I already reviewed, like for Untitled Review Show or something, this time I'll go into spoilers. Yeah, everybody always wants to know my thoughts, and I don't want to give it away, so on these I will give it away, if it's one I've already reviewed. Okay, look, it's the best I could come up with. Yes, Disney is usually very good at buying everything, but I came up a little short, so this is the best I could do. But with that said, I actually am kind of looking forward to this. There's a lot of great Marvel and Star Wars games out there from what I hear, and you might be shocked to know I have never seen an Ice Age movie. I almost took it as a badge of honor, but now Disneycember is going to ruin that for me. But who knows? Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll...
Check for poop.
All right, look out, look out.
Whoa!
There sure is a lot of other stuff I'm reviewing, huh? I mean, let's face it, like every year, Disney always has a lot of stuff coming out, with them acquiring more studios and properties and franchises. So as always, I'm gonna be looking over new stuff, old stuff, movies, games, TV shows, the works. This is Disneycember 2022, the Blue Sky Marvel Star Wars games 2 for 1. At a coupon. Let's begin with 2018 Spider-Man. This is another one of those really big games that I never did get around to. I remember everybody talking about it, saying how amazing it was, the graphics, the story, the gameplay. I mean, how many awards did it win? How many glowing reviews are out there? And sorry not to add much that different, but I loved it too. I know a lot of people think I don't like some of the original Spider-Man movies, which isn't true, I do. They were just different from what I was expecting. But when you ask me, what do I think Spider-Man is? Outside of the comics, how would you represent him? Spider-Verse, No Way Home, and this game are what comes to mind. The energy, spectacle, emotion, comedy, and surprisingly heart-wrenching drama are all there. But on top of that, it's also super fun to play and is probably the closest you'll ever feel to swinging around like Spider-Man. Yet. There's a few VR games out there, man, that are pretty close too. The story, I guess, is kinda halfway through what you know about Spider-Man. That is to say, he's bitten by the spider, he's in a relationship, on again, off again with Mary Jane. He's still helping out Aunt May, taking down villains like the Kingpin and Scorpion, and even Black Cat makes an appearance here and there. But there's also things that haven't developed yet. For example, Miles Morales is in this, and yeah, he doesn't have a spider suit or any powers yet. I was shocked both Norman and Harry Osborn are in this, and not one goblin is seen throughout the entire thing. But the one that probably gets the most focus is your connection with your mentor, Dr. Octavius. I don't think it's a spoiler to say the invention he's working on is a bunch of robotic arms and things are gonna go south at one point. But I was really impressed with how well they constructed the friendship between these two. Octavius isn't just doing this for science, he's doing it to save his own body, as he has this disease that the arms could almost help serve as a second body. Like in Spider-Man 2 though, you know something's gonna warp his mind, and I will say, I think it's done a lot better here. I like it in Spider-Man 2, and I love what they do with it, again, especially with that style. But I really do feel for this guy, you just understand him getting more and more anxious and racing against the clock. And when the inevitable turn does happen, it is really tragic. Well, yes, some of the story elements you can see coming from a mile away.
You saved Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure that makes you an official superhero.
Maybe I'm just a guy who doesn't give up.
Oh, he's so dead. Most of them are done so well, it doesn't matter if you can see it coming. If anything, it kind of adds to the sadness. You don't want to see bad things happen to these characters. But make no mistake, there's a lot of Spider-Manning in this game too. You can either go stop supervillains, or you can just help a guy collect a bunch of pigeons he lost. Yeah, that's a side mission.
Set all my birds loose.
How about I keep an eye out for him?
What?
These fucking pigeon missions.
Best Spider-Man game ever! In fact, there's a ton of side missions. Some were very small, some were very big, some were pretty easy, others were a real pain in the ass. but I always wanted to play them through for one reason or another, and I think that's really important. There was a part of me that kind of felt bummed knowing I wasn't going to be able to finish all these side missions. In fact, one of my complaints early on was I thought the game was going to be too short. When we got to the beginning of, say, the last third, I thought it was the halfway point. And then I was told, oh yeah, you're getting close to the final boss, and I was like, already? So much is going on in this game, and so many characters you do get wrapped up in, you're kind of shocked when you find, oh, that is meant for another game, or that was something for another side mission. But when you do get to the end, I was shocked how emotionally involved I was. Like, these are some powerhouse moments. Without going into spoilers, somehow this game plays almost the exact same scene twice back to back. Peter is talking to someone who's lying down. They reveal a secret that, yeah, we kind of already figured out they knew. And he has to make a difficult choice that's going to separate him from that person he cares about. Literally, back to back, they do the same thing just with different characters, and amazingly, I got choked up with both of them. I guess because the differences between the two scenes and what they were building up to was just so well constructed. In terms of gameplay, it does start off a little tricky, but I think a lot of people know going into a Spider-Man game that's gonna be part of it. I remember just the opening training mission was difficult. I had to fight the Kingpin like several times, and that was just the beginning. But not only was it really fun, I like these training missions where it actually is a part of the story. But they're very clever at having these in-between scenes where you just swing around New York to go to the next mission. While you're doing that, you can experiment with the buttons and even sometimes fight crimes on the way there. And you know the drill, you can use that to build up experience points and skill points and get new costumes and weapons. Which yes, I did try to pick the most embarrassing costumes just to make the dramatic scenes funny.
I love how much you're enjoying yourself.
Just that close-up, because I'm just imagining someone planning this out and being like, all right, then we need a close-up of the paper bag here. And to say there's a lot to explore is an understatement. It goes without saying not all of New York City is in this, but they went out of their way to try to get as much as they could in there. I guess they went and actually tried to get street names and layouts and stuff like that. It was also pretty good at mixing things up. I love when I go to the lab and I had to work on one of these little puzzles. They were just the right amount of difficulty where I say, okay, I feel like an accomplishment getting through this, but it's also not insultingly easy where I say, why the hell am I even doing this? Let's get back to the game. I guess a lot of people had issues with the Mary Jane, Miles Morales portions of the game, particularly the Mary Jane one because there's a lot more of them. The first mission you have to go on with her is not that exciting, it's really dull, and it got annoying just how precise some of these elements had to be. Also, I don't know if it happened in the comics or whatever, but something about making her a reporter just seemed a little... We got April, we got Lois, it's just such a common trope. I know, yeah, it's a superhero story, these kind of tropes are done all the time, but something about her being a snooping reporter just feels too done to me. I don't know, it's probably a nitpick. With that said though, every time it cut back to her, I always kind of went, oh man, a Mary Jane level, but they always added something to it. In one level, you gotta distract the guards. Okay, that's something new. In another level, you gotta mark guards for Spider-Man to beat up. Okay, that's kind of fun. As soon as it got to her carrying a taser, I was actually having a pretty good time. And though there's not as many of them, the Miles Morales levels are kind of like that too. Yes, there's a lot of crouching and sneaking, but there is a sense the story is moving forward. There's an urgency to it, an importance to it. Anyone who's played this game also knows the voice acting is phenomenal. Again, without going to spoilers, I was really getting choked up at some scenes. I really love it when you're swinging around as Spider-Man, somebody's talking to him on the phone, and just the inflections from their voice gives you an idea of what they're emotionally going through. I guess they apparently also did 2 takes for the lines with Spider-Man, one where he's just on a building breathing normally, and then another when he's swinging around like he's out of breath. That is a crazy level of detail. Well, yes, there's some things you can nitpick, like when they repeat a character model or something like that. Something most games nowadays can't help. I was still blown away with how much love and dedication they put into this. It not only made for a great Spider-Man game, it made for a great Spider-Man story. There were moments when I'd be reading information and go, oh no. Even though you knew where large chunks of it were going, there were still plenty of surprises to keep you really engaged. So yeah, I can't think of much else to say about it except it's great. All the hype you've heard about it is correct. If you start off playing and saying, yeah, it's good, but I don't get what all the fuss is about, keep going. As the story and characters continue, you'll figure out more and more why people are really, really into this. And it probably is the closest I've gotten to feeling like I've played a Spider-Man movie. Like, All the cool fights aren't just cutscenes. You really feel like you're fighting these supervillains and sometimes will move your head out of the way because it can get so intense. Even the music is phenomenal. Every single time I go into the title screen and I hear that theme, I got chills for how good it was. You know how a lot of people say the Ghostbusters game is kind of like the unofficial Ghostbusters 3? I almost consider this an unofficial Spider-Man movie. It gets that good. If you've already played it, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, definitely web your way in and see what you're missing. Okay, so I don't know if you heard me in one of the previous videos, but I have never seen an Ice Age movie. I just had no interest. It's honestly kind of impressive how they keep making these movies and not once, I mean even once, have I had an inkling to check them out. Why? Because I always feel like I've seen the best scene in the trailer. That little squirrel woodchuck butt always trying to get the acorn. It's always hilarious, there's no dialogue, it's all slapstick, and it's usually super creative and super funny. And then every time I'd see the mammoth, the tiger, the sloth, I'm like, oh, now it's every other CG film ever made. It didn't look terrible, it just looked frustratingly average. And don't get me wrong, a part of me gets it. It's 2002, people haven't really gotten CG films figured out. What were we at, like Monsters, Inc. at that point? That's fine because back then this got a big screen release and you could tell it was kind of cheaper animation, but you know, still worth being shown on big screen. But now, it looks like a direct-to-DVD movie. But again, I understand different budgets and people wanting to experiment with CG, just, it's hard to explain. Early experimenting with 3D animation just isn't anywhere near as interesting to me as early experimenting with 2D animation. Maybe if I was a computer animator or something, but this just looks amazing to me, and this looks like shit. I just can't get that much value out of it. So okay, I've gone to all the reasons why I've avoided these movies like the plague, but now for this year's Disneycember, I'm finally checking them out. What I think of the first one. Sorry to disappoint, it's exactly what I thought I was gonna get. This is gonna be a hard movie to review because let me make it really clear. This is not a bad film, I just don't like it. I think this is a film made specifically for kids. There's not much in it for adults, a little bit, but it's clearly not trying to hit them as much as the kids in the audience, and I think it does that fine. But it does it with stuff I've seen in a million other animated films, and it just makes me wishing I was watching those other animated films. The story takes place, as it spells out, during the Ice Age. A woolly mammoth, played by Ray Romano, befriends a sloth, played by John Leguizamo. They discover a baby separated from his family right after the mother is killed by a pack of tigers, and one of the saber-toothed tigers, played by Denis Leary, is supposed to finish the job and kill him off, but he just can't bring himself to do it, and you know the drill. They make an unlikely trio, and they have to take care of the child while trying to get him back to his family. 3 mammals and a baby, I guess. So, alright, I'm gonna give you my theory on this movie, and I really mean this. I don't have anything to back it up. This is just a theory. I think this was meant to be a silent film. The CG movie Dinosaur was going to do the same thing, but then they said, no, it can't be silent, they have to talk, and they got a bunch of celebrities together and wrote a bunch of lame dialogue, and we got that movie. I swear this was the same setup, because you could put this on mute and follow everything that's going on. Honestly, the best moments in the movie are silent. The opening scene with that little woodchuck squirrel thing. There's a great moment where the mammoth sees these cave drawings, almost like it's showing his family and what happened to them and the history of his species. And there's not one word uttered. The scenes of the humans traveling, and even when they meet up with the woolly mammoth who has the baby, it's not even like that heart-tugging a scene at first. It's actually kind of intense, and it's not that badly done. No talking through any of those scenes. Had the film been like this throughout the entire thing, I think I would have enjoyed it more. I don't think I would have said it's like a masterpiece or anything, because again, the animation is kind of cheap, but I get it. It was a new animation studio, and it was a new style, CG, I understand. But at least that would have made it unique. But because they did go the traditional route, the animals do talk and they all have celebrity voices, and it's not the worst, it's just so standard. I mean, listen to this opening dialogue. Doesn't it sound like they're just trying to copy Toy Story?
Where's Eddie? He said something about being on the verge of an evolutionary breakthrough.
I'm just saying, how do we know it's an ice age?
Because of all the ice!
I'm flying!
some breakthrough.
Does anything stand out about it? No, it's just how CG films talked back then, particularly Pixar, because they practically created the style. But where they would add a lot of new twists and turns, this does a lot of the same, and everything you think would happen pretty much happens. But sure, is there anything really bad in it? Is there anything that I'd be like, oh my god, skip this at all costs, it's so painful? No. For the most part, John Leguizamo's kind of annoying.
Well, I think you're stressed, and that's why you eat so much. I mean, it's hard to get fat on a vegan diet. And I thought, whoa, she's gonna go praying mantis on me, you know what I'm saying?
I don't blame him. Honestly, I always find myself kind of rooting for this actor because I feel like he throws in so much passion and he does have so much talent. But he does need a good project, a good script, a good director, and I don't know who heard this voice and said, yeah, let's put up with that for an hour and a half, but it becomes so grating so quick to me.
Oh no! A tiger! Help! Help!
But again, I feel like kids would love this voice. I don't know, if I was a little kid, I'd probably be laughing a lot at him, and like I said, how can I be angry at a kid's movie giving you what kids want? I'll also say what you're probably not supposed to say, the baby is ugly. It's weird because the rest of the people look okay, there's nothing really off-putting about them, but just looking at this baby kinda freaks me out. I just did not form an attachment to this thing. And when that's the emotional center of the film, that's gonna be a problem. But honestly, a lot of this stuff is fine. I mean, Denis Leary isn't really doing his usual shtick where he tells a lot of like funny, fast lines, and that's a little refreshing, but they don't really give him anything else to do. He's just kind of a tough guy with a secret, and yes, it does result in a liar reveal story, but to their credit, they get past it really quick. I mean, like, refreshingly quick. I mean, there's no sulking or just walking around feeling bad for themselves. Like, they address it and they move on. I really, really like that. Ray Romano is probably the best cast in the movie. His voice surprisingly really goes well with this thing. I think because his design puts so much focus on the eyes and not much else. I mean, you can't really see the mouth or the eyebrows or anything like that. I think the voice really plays a big part in giving it personality. And Ray Romano, I think, is often underestimated when it comes to his dramatic performances. I mean, yes, this is a comedy and it's a kid's comedy, but when he needs to do the serious moments, he does pull them off. And without much, the lines are still very short and very tight, but he still gets across a lot of emotion every time he says them. He's one of the few things I legitimately wanted to follow all the way through. But here's the thing, I'm an adult in 2022 looking back at a kid's movie, a kid's CG movie from 2002. That isn't Pixar or DreamWorks. Am I really supposed to be that sucked into this movie? I just straight up don't think it's made for me. I guess I would say if this was a direct-to-DVD movie like it came out today, I'd say it's above average, and if it was a film that came out today in theaters, I'd say it's below average. But it's not awful, nor is it great. But on the plus side, everybody disagreed because apparently this film was such a big hit they made sequel after sequel after sequel, and maybe one of those will do better. Maybe they'll evolve to a point where I absolutely adore these films. But this first one didn't grab me, and it's not a surprise. The trailer didn't grab me. Nothing about this grabbed me. But yes, I think there's definitely a crowd for it even today, mostly of kids, but I think even one or two adults might get sucked into it a little bit too. So is that a recommendation or not? It's an like I said, a tricky movie to review, but I know there's a lot more of these to look over, so I guess I'll see you in the next age. It's Adventure Time 6. I mean Amphibia! Okay, before you kill me, no, I don't think this is a ripoff Adventure Time, but you know what I'm talking about. This is another series in that genre that I don't really think has a name yet, but we're all familiar with what it is. It's a goofy comedic show where a lot of the episodes are very silly, but in the grand scheme of things, there's a big, grand, epic, serious story that's being told that's slowly but surely gonna try and make you cry several times. Steven Universe, Gravity Falls, Star vs. Evil, you know these shows. And as that style of shows goes, this one's pretty damn good. Even if it takes a really, 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 really long time to get there. Like, maybe just skip season 1 to get there. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. In the land of Amphibia, a world ruled entirely by frogs, Uncle Hop Pop and his nephew and niece, Brig and Polly, suddenly discover a human named Anne. She's a teenager from Earth who doesn't know how she got there, and, well, they don't know how she got there either. In order to survive, she has to befriend this family and convince all the frogs that she isn't some sort of evil monster, while also looking for her other two human friends, Sasha and Marcy, who are transported there as well. As you'd imagine, a lot of this show is her getting used to this weird frog world, seeing the similarities and differences between them and the human world, and all sorts of silly but also mysterious characters are revealed with a lot of twists and turns and backstabbing and all that good stuff. But like I said though, eventually. I'm noticing the strange trend in animated shows recently where season 1, for whatever reason, mostly just stays put. They introduced this giant fantasy world where, oh my god, it'd be so cool to go to different places, and they mostly just stay in one spot. Tangled, Star vs. Evil, Disenchantment, DuckTales. All their first seasons introduced really cool places they could go, and they don't go there. The only thing I can figure is maybe the production values on the show are so high that it cost a lot to create new worlds and new characters, and they want a proof of concept. So season 1 is seeing if they can get an audience, and once they do, the budget is raised and they can have them travel to wherever. With that said, season 1 isn't bad, but it is definitely kid-focused. I would argue maybe up to 11 is the kind of humor that the show is trying to hit in the first season. The delivery of the jokes is good, and the characters are good, but what's being said almost never made me laugh, and because they never really journeyed anywhere and they just stayed in this one frog town, it didn't really hook me in that much. Okay, so here's my thoughts if you're a newcomer. If you watch the first episode and you're not getting into it, I would say skip all of season 1 except for the 2 episodes that have her friend Sasha in it. That's when the story starts to move forward and gets interesting. Yes, there's stuff that happens in between that's gonna come back later, but it's all stuff they catch you up on where you can follow along fine. However, if you watch the first episode and you like the jokes and you like the characters, stick around, you're gonna have a good time. Just don't expect the big epic story to really be woven in that much yet. I remember one episode where Anne just says, "This is the box that transported me here," and there's no reason for her to do it. I guess the idea is like she trusts them now and she shows them this treasure chest that transported them, but you can tell she trusted them a lot earlier than this, and nothing happens in this episode that's like, oh, now she can finally show them this. No, it's not like that at all. It really doesn't tie in that well. On that note, season 2 changes gears almost immediately. The writing is better. They leave the town. They go and discover all these different worlds. More characters are introduced. More secrets are revealed. There's a lot of twists and turns that I legitimately didn't always see coming. The story flows very naturally and feels fittingly big and funny at the same time. I feel like it really starts to get an identity here too. Not that the first season didn't have an identity, but again, you kind of see this frog neighborhood, and maybe for one episode it would be interesting, but again, you spend a whole entire season there, and I don't know, it didn't do much for me. But in season 2, you see sort of all the influences and satires and parodies of things that these people obviously grew up with. And they both pay homage, but playfully mock these shows and games and everything too, and it's fun. But they do so in a way that also gives this world much more of an interesting vision. Now I kind of look at this and say, alright, now I get where this frog town kind of is in this world, and you see these giant castles and kingdoms and these weird kind of robots that have a little bit of a castle in the sky feel to them, but that's a little bit the idea. You can see references to Zelda, Lord of the Rings, even Avengers sometimes. But they change it just enough in a way that you say, yes, this is still its own unique world that I like watching, and I like seeing these unique characters travel through this world. And as things get more and more serious, we wrap up in season 3, where there's kind of a really big change that surprisingly works. The frogs now go to the human world, which at first I thought, oh man, this isn't gonna be fun. I mean, they couldn't even make the frog world that interesting in season 1. How are they gonna make the human world that interesting? Well, again, they got some damn good writing here. This reminded me of the early seasons of Simpsons. These are good jokes. 2 that come to mind are at some point they get this clown balloon that's flying through LA. You see this guy with this therapist, and there's a giant window there, and he's saying thank you for your help, and you know what it's gonna be, a fear of clowns. But no, it's a fear of eye contact, and of course the clown flies by and scares him. That's a good spin on that joke. It's immediately followed by another one where a guy's proposing and he has like this error message that's done by this plane, but the clown gets in the way and he looks and he says, "No, I won't clown face you." That's really inventive and funny. And again, there's kind of a playfulness with it. I guess the creator of the show got his mother to actually play the mother in the show, and at first I thought, oh man, this is really obvious and kind of painful because she's not that great an actress, but it's kind of like Jerry Seinfeld or Mike Nelson. You can feel the fun behind the performance, and I eventually really grew to like her. I honestly look forward to whatever strange, unnatural way she was gonna say a line. They also introduce you to probably my favorite character in the whole show, Agent X, played by RuPaul. This dude is just so weird, so flamboyant, and so full of himself that he makes every joke work. I forgot how funny RuPaul could really be. But they do something interesting. They return to Amphibia in this season, and okay, you kind of expect that's gonna happen near the end, but it happens halfway. I have a theory they originally wanted one more season, because as soon as they enter Amphibia, it's like a different season, to the point where there's actually 2 finales, one on Earth and one on Amphibia, immediately after. They're both fine, but it feels like one of these was supposed to be the big finale, and instead, because they only had one season, they kinda squished them together. With that said, you do get the proper epic finale you would want to see with a show like this. Honestly, every season has a really good, intense finale that also works in a lot of good jokes. Like with the other shows I mentioned, there are sort of some bigger themes being talked about. The main one in this, I would say, is about friendship. When friends fight, how much do you trust them? How much do you not trust them? How much do you give in? How much do you hold on to? It's done well, and again, there were some legit surprises in there, but they're all surprises I could say, oh yeah, like when this series did that, or when this movie tried this. The only time where I felt like they were really doing something different is in the last episode. I'd say maybe the last 10 minutes, where something major happens to a character, and kind of after that major thing happens, if you see the series, you'll know what I'm talking about. That was a little different. You could play around with some of the interpretations of it, though yes, it is definitely a getting your cake and eating it too. It's a little bit of a cheat, but not quite. I think it just works out within the ethics and logic of the show. I guess I'm just saying I never got that same feeling when I saw Adventure Time or Steven Universe, where I'm like, wow, not only am I really engaged in this, but this is different, this is new. Amphibia is taking elements that have worked in the past, bringing them together, and doing it all very well. It's effective. I want to know what was gonna happen. But yeah, whenever you see a giant army is coming into Earth and you have to fight a bunch of robots and there's a friend that you have to save and somebody has to sacrifice something, you've seen all of this. But this is the advantage of it being a family show. A lot of kids watching this maybe haven't seen a lot of the shows and movies that this is referencing, and this might be their first time being introduced to it. And it's honestly not a bad introduction of that. You feel the passion behind everybody working on this, from the character designs, to the acting, to the storytelling. Like I said, even that woman voicing the mother, it never feels like she's half-assing it. It always sounds like she's giving it her all, and you feel that. It comes across, and it's really enjoyable. So yes, I do highly recommend this show if you are a fan of those other series like Steven Universe and Adventure Time and so forth. Just keep in mind if season 1 isn't doing it for you, you can skip ahead, and while there's nothing too new to it, it is very effectively done, both on an epic scale and a comedic scale. Oh, one more side note, I really think it's great that Bill Farmer is allowed to both do a comedic and serious performance in this. This is a guy who's played Goofy for years, and everybody knows him as that part. And yes, there's some similarities here, but it's not the same character. I feel like this guy has surprisingly brought some real drama to such a silly character, and he's doing it again here, and I think he is really a great talent, and I'm glad the show really lets him shine even more. If this looks like a show you might be interested in, it probably is. Hop on in and take a look. So I guess this movie is pretty divisive. To tell you the truth, I didn't even do a vlog of this movie because I was so divisive on it. I want to see the movie again to see if my opinion changed on it. The reason? I thought the first 2/3 of this film was ungodly annoying. The main character got on my nerves, I thought the style was obnoxious, the supporting cast was way too one note, and while I love the idea of this, I remember a lot of my friends looking at the trailer saying, oh man, that looks really annoying, and me saying, no, I think it'll be good, not being aware that the movie, the first 2/3 anyway, is this trailer. It's not like it's cut down, this is the style, this is the pacing. With that said, I thought the last third of this movie was some of Pixar's best. It was funny, it was emotional, it was clever, the style really helped tell the story. Everything with the main character and the side characters was all building up to this, and it was executed brilliantly, some of my favorite in any Pixar movie. So, as you can imagine, yeah, I wanted to give this movie a second chance. So, now that I have, is the first 2/3 better? A little. The story takes place in the early 2000s because, wow, I guess that's the decade we're getting nostalgic for now. Where a Chinese-Canadian girl named Mei is living the best life. She's an overachiever, she's got some great friends, her best buddy is her mom. But all of that changes when one morning she wakes up and she's this gigantic red panda. Tell me if you've heard this one. Whenever her emotions get really strong, she suddenly has powers, and they get out of control. A good chunk of the story is her and her family trying to figure out how to keep her emotions and her power under control, while also figuring out if it needs to be explored or repressed. If you've seen any movie where a person's powers is connected to their emotions, you know which one they're going to choose. But being totally honest, I love this idea. I really like unique coming-of-age stories like this. I liked it in Teen Wolf. Studio Ghibli did an amazing film called Only Yesterday. I like them because you can connect the metaphor to a lot of unique things that young people are going through when they grow up. I was actually excited to see if this was gonna be kind of vague, like it could be a lot of stuff. It could be sexual identity, it could be physical identity, it could be all sorts of things. Early on though, they make it very clear the biggest analogy is to when a girl first gets her period. But make no mistake, that's not all it is. I think if they did that literally, a lot of this dialogue would not be taken very well, like, repress it, it'll be gone soon, we'll get that out of you. This is more about the complex feelings of going through this, not literally the physical action of going through it. I was actually excited to see Disney finally go this direction, as they did have a chance with Only Yesterday to release a film that does talk about it, but oh no, you may need to put a P in front of that G when that actually meant something, so they didn't release it. FYI, that movie is a lot better. But while the layout of the story is very good, like if you were to just show me this script, I say, yeah, this is pretty solid. The execution is really grating on me. I think this movie is trying to do with that anime simplified big head, big mouth style that's so popular. What, say, Hot Fuzz did with the action cop style, or Spider-Verse did with the comic book style. But it either does it too much or not enough. Sometimes it's so in your face it's unbearable, and then other times I had to remind myself that's even the style they were doing in this movie. I also had an issue that a lot of the characters moved the same. I had the same issue in Hotel Transylvania 3. I really like how in those movies there was an extreme fast style, but everyone still moved uniquely to what the character was demanding. Here, almost everyone has the exact same reactions and movements to everything. It's all that hyper zigzagging way of reacting to everything that gets really old really fast, and like I said, there's not much variety. The friends don't feel like 3 distinct personalities as much as 3 distinct jokes. One friend underreacts to everything. Another friend overreacts to everything. And the third friend acts like she's cool but is really awkward. That's it. They hold these expressions throughout the entire movie. I remember thinking to Steven Universe how the supporting cast in that had such a distinct range of emotion and reactions, but still these distinct personalities. There was such a wide range of expressions to them where these friends always had the same expressions. The only characters that move uniquely was the father, who barely moves at all, I think that's part of the character, and the panda. I think because she is so big and bulky, I like she did move a little differently. It was hard to hide in different places and stuff like that. I thought the film was working okay when that was on screen. The mother was way too stupid for me in this. And again, I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to show how much of a connection they have and how much that connection is being challenged when she can't see her as her little girl or best friend anymore. But she was just way too dumb. Even for an awkward parent archetype, this was too much. So okay, wow, you must think I really hate this film. Well, like I said, when it gets to the last third, it really does transform, which I guess figures in a movie about transformation. I so wish I could go into spoilers when talking about this, but I really shouldn't if you haven't seen the film yet. What I can say is, for me, the movie I wanted to see for that first 2/3 is represented here. Even though you know the message they're gonna try and get across and you know what the lesson is that the characters are gonna learn, it is done in such a funny, creative, and eventually emotional way that, yes, did remind me of some of those brilliant Ghibli movies, but with a spin that would make sense in the early 2000s. Like, I love how there's a split between Mei and the best friends, but one of the ways they show they're still friends is that one of them still looked after her Gigapet. Holy shit, that's brilliant. That is something that was set up just as a little nostalgic, oh, you remember those kind of thing, but it surprisingly plays a big part in the story, and it actually plays an even bigger part later. That's kinda how the movie works. Everything you think is just jokes not landing or is kind of awkward does play a gigantic part in the last third. The way all these side characters come together, when you see the threat they have to fight at the end, and the way they fight it off. It made me laugh so hard and so beautifully transitioned into something that was really powerful and emotional. You see these 3 generations of women and how their issues are kind of passed down to the next and how they change and evolve and what they discover in terms of when they should band together and when they should be their own unique person. And the style of sort of that big bombastic anime, big mouth, big punches, big sound effects and special effects and stuff help make the point stronger and tell it in a unique way. I absolutely fell in love with this film by the end. To where, like I said, I had to watch it again to see if the first 2/3 changed, and the only thing that really changed was a lot of stuff that I knew was gonna come up later. I did take notice of a little bit more, and I did let slide a little bit if it didn't get a laugh. But yes, the stupid choices the characters make and the annoying personalities sometimes they would have did still rub me the wrong way. But I don't know, how can I not recommend a film that has such a phenomenal third act? This style didn't win me over, but I can easily see it winning a lot of people over. I can see kids really getting into these characters and the extreme reactions and how fast they move, and while maybe too oversimplified at times, I can see them also relating to some of these problems. Even the awkward moments that I found very obnoxious, I can see people kind of quoting years later. Like, you know how people kind of look at a Goofy movie and say, yeah, some stuff in that is dated and doesn't make sense, but it was so unique to that time and it grew a strong connection with us? I can see that happening with this film too. So I guess the best way I can sum it up is if you watch the trailer or even just the first 5 minutes and you're okay with it and you're really getting into it, it's only gonna get better. Stick with it. If you're someone that watches the trailer in the first 5 minutes though and it's just not winning you over, I would still say give it a chance, because if you do get to that last third, you might be won over like I was. And if you're not, well, I think it was still worth a shot. I just can't see myself saying skip it for so many good scenes that just happen to be squished into the last part. And like I said, I think it is a personal preference. Like, there are gonna be a lot of people out there that like this style fine, and I don't think it has any bad messages or anything like that. Honestly, I think the message is probably the best part of it. But like I said, I think there are a lot of people who are gonna laugh through this, and maybe form a strong connection with it. Take that for what it's worth, put it on, and see if you too start seeing red. It's Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. That's right, all 3 of them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm in the middle of watching everything everywhere at once, and yeah, it is a little weird that an A24 movie has a lot more multiverses than a Marvel movie does. I'll be honest, I was focusing a lot less on that and more on Sam Raimi directing a Doctor Strange movie than anything else. And as that concept goes, I had a great time with this. I should give a heads up, I'm gonna go into spoilers in this review. If you wanna know my thoughts without the spoilers, you can watch my Untitled Review Show episode, because this film, not surprisingly, does have a lot of spoilers to talk about. A team from another dimension named America Chavez seems to be traveling from dimension to dimension trying to find someone who can help her out. She thinks it's Doctor Strange, but the only thing is the last Doctor Strange in the last dimension tried to kill her off. She's hoping the one we're familiar with can help out, but unfortunately, Wanda is back and likes the idea of traveling to a different dimension where maybe her kids are still alive. She gets taken over by the Scarlet Witch, dark magic, something, it doesn't matter, and doesn't care who she hurts or even kills to get back her happily ever after. Doctor Doctor Strange vows to protect Chavez by any means necessary. And when I say any means, I mean any Sam Raimi means. Yes, he turns into a zombie at the end, has to fight off demons, has to go into a haunted house where there's a dark version of himself, has to stop Wanda from blowing people's brains up. Yeah, this is PG-13, but it is a hard PG-13. It is a Sam Raimi PG-13. Hell, screw it. Even his PG-13s are kind of PG-13s. This is like Drag Me to Hell PG-13. It's practically an R. Well, I think a lot of fans were hoping for different universes to be utilized in this and different characters from different Marvel properties to finally be introduced, and yeah, they are. Nothing too important is brought up in this. Yes, you do see the leader of the Fantastic Four, you do see Xavier, and yeah, I did kind of go insane when I saw the yellow wheelchair and the Danny Elfman music go da 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 da. Why is that so cool, just hearing Danny Elfman reference that 90s theme? The only major things that are probably important to know in this film is the introduction of Chavez, who can jump into different universes, and the fact that Wanda is killed off in the end, even though, yeah, they can probably bring her back in some way. On that note, it is a little weird that Wanda has to learn the exact same lesson that she learned in an entire TV show. If you saw my review of that though, you probably know I wasn't that huge a fan of the TV show and kinda thought this could have been delved into a lot better. Honestly, in a more dark and twisted way, and well, this is definitely a more dark and twisted way. When she sees her kids in another dimension, they're afraid of her like they see her as this terrifying abomination. It is so like a monster movie. I just immediately thought back to Bride of Frankenstein when she sees the Frankenstein monster and screams. It's so eerily similar to that, and I love that. Sam Raimi clearly loves monster movies and the themes of monster movies. And yeah, it probably goes without saying, but if you're seeing this movie just to see Sam Raimi's take on a Doctor Strange film, you're gonna get what you're looking for. All the fun camera angles are back. All the creepy but also goofy imagery is exploited to no degree. His weird obsession with eye shit is all over the film. Even the first big fight kinda has a Spider-Man vibe to it. I was really having a good time. But as a lot of people have pointed out, that's kind of where it ends. It's just kind of a good time. And even then, I don't think everybody had that great a time. They were kind of asking questions like, hey, where did Chavez go? She kind of just disappears in the third act. Oh, there she is, huh? Guess she didn't leave that big an impact, even though it's supposed to all be about her. Why is Wanda learning the same lesson? How could these characters not take her out earlier? Did I think much about it? No, because I was just having too much of a good time watching Sam Raimi do a Doctor Strange film. But I get not everyone's gonna be won over by that. So I guess a lot of it does depend on what you're looking for. Me personally, I got exactly what I was looking for. Weird visuals, creepy imagery, some trippy ideas. Hey, did you know that when you go to sleep, your dreams are happening in a different universe? See, I love shit like that. I even kind of love the fact that the boner joke in WandaVision now is kind of justified. It really was just a troll joke because, yes, they are acknowledging they can go into different universes where cast members from X-Men movies play the same characters. And I'm not gonna lie, I think that justifies this cameo, and the fact that everyone got so upset about it makes me laugh at it even more. But yes, I guess from a storytelling level, there are issues with it that some people are not going to be able to see past, and rightfully so. But I definitely think there's a lot of people out there like me that just says, who gives a crap? It's Sam Raimi and Doctor Strange being the most Sam Raimi and Doctor Strange they can. So take that for what it's worth. On that note, did you think this being a Sam Raimi film was enough to say it and you had a good time? Or did you find that distracting and found it took away from a lot? Let me know your thoughts and maybe I'll see you in the eye of another universe. So I don't know if I've ever mentioned this before, but I am a huge Bob's Burgers fan. I remember everybody telling me this is like the original Simpsons, like it has such a unique sense of humor and it's actually about the family and everything, and so I sat down, watched one episode and thought, it was okay. But everyone said, no, you gotta watch more, like it's kinda so unique and strange it takes a second for the humor to sink in. It's kinda like Home Movies that way, which is also one of my favorite shows and has some of the same people that worked on it. I listened to him, watched a few more episodes, and yeah, I haven't missed one since. I absolutely adore this series, or more importantly, this family. A lot of people ask, what's my favorite episode? And I don't really remember episodes as much as attitudes. I love this family's attitude towards everything. I love seeing the reaction to any strange thing that happens, and they're all unique and they're all odd. And in a strange way, we kind of see ourselves in this family, or we know a family like this. There's just something so unique, but yet strangely recognizable about these people. Like I said, we either see it in other families or maybe even in the weirdest part of ourselves. So I felt really bad when the movie underperformed, like big time. Nobody went to see this film, which, okay, on the one hand, you released it the same week as one of the biggest films of the year. Come on, there's so many weeks where like nothing was coming out. You could have pushed it till then. But second, I will admit, I wasn't too excited to see this movie, as I guess a lot of other people weren't either because it did underperform, because the trailers looked very underwhelming, and that is exactly what I got. A very underwhelming Bob's Burgers movie, and Bob's Burgers should be anything but underwhelming. Now, that's not to say it's bad, it is just the most exact definition of okay. This is a super okay movie. And for characters this good, I feel they deserve something more than just okay. But with that said, it's still okay. Okay, let me go into the details. Bob and his family are in a really rough predicament. Their restaurant, Bob's Burgers, is going to be taken away if they don't suddenly come across a large sum of money. To make things worse, a giant pothole appears in front of the restaurant so that nobody can go to it. And to make things even more worse, a dead body is found in there, so it's also a crime scene. Can they solve the mystery of who killed this person and also get enough money to save the restaurant? Have you heard both these plots before in something? Of course you have. This is very, very standard. Now, to the film's credit, every main character does have a subplot and an arc, which is really nice. There's one about Louise and coming to grips with who she is and why she wears her bunny ears all the time. There's one about Tina who wants to ask a boy out. There's one about Gene who wants to perform in a band, and of course you have Bob and Linda trying to figure out how to save the restaurant. Now, with that said, that is 5 arcs you have to work in, and in a story that already has 2 major plots going on, it is hard to get them all across, so sometimes they fall by the wayside or get forgotten about or maybe squeezed in with other arcs. At times I had to remind myself, oh yeah, Gene has a band and Tina wants to ask that one boy out. It also doesn't help that this is not a very good mystery. I mean, okay, let me put it this way. If you've never seen Bob's Burgers, I don't know if you would figure it out right away. But if you have, literally when the character shows up, you know who did it. I mean, it's painfully obvious, yet they're trying to really, really drag it out and save it till the end. And yeah, okay, since I'm already kind of dumping on it, I guess I'll just get all the bad stuff out of the way that I didn't really enjoy about the film. The first major one being, it doesn't feel like a film. I mean, yes, the animation is upped. You can tell more money was put into this, but it seems to all go into the motion and the lighting. Everything else, from the cinematography to the dialogue to, like I said, this very standard plot, does not feel particularly cinematic. Say what you will about the Simpsons movie, but it was a movie. A giant dome is falling on the place, and the Simpsons get out and they have to save the town. I mean, yeah, there's issues with that movie too, but it went for broke and it justified being on the big screen. This one really doesn't. I was also really surprised to find the song sequences weren't that impressive. Not the songs themselves, they're okay, but they almost feel like they're in the movie because they're in the show. Like, okay, well, the show had some songs, so let's get them in there somewhere. And yeah, sometimes that's the charm of the show, is that you don't even need a song, yet they'll kind of shoehorn it in, but compare these 2 song sequences. One has much better animation, it's more flowing and colorful, but it doesn't feel like there's much passion to it. It's just kind of them bouncing around. Sometimes other people around them will bounce around too, but it kind of feels like the bare minimum, or they were rushed putting together. The animation on this sequence clearly has less of a budget, but you can see there's so much more imagination and passion put into it. It's somehow bigger and wilder and more creative, even though it doesn't have as much money behind it. There is literally a song sequence where nobody moves, they just listen to somebody's diabolical plan, and that's it. Comedically, maybe that could work, but we already had 2 songs that were very underwhelming, so this one that's especially underwhelming just feels like a bigger letdown. I don't know, maybe with the pandemic and the fact that the movie had to be made at the same time as the show, there was kind of a rushed feeling to it, or maybe budgets were cut down halfway through and they couldn't do all the ideas they had. But this just didn't feel like something that deserved a big screen release. Okay, there, I'm done shitting on Bob's Burgers, and it feels so weird doing that. I mean, I love these characters so much that I don't like saying anything bad about them. And honestly, segueing into the stuff that's good about the movie, the characters really are the best part. I love seeing these characters react to even just a standard story. If you're familiar with Bob's Burgers, you'll kinda like that there are some big questions and arcs that these characters should have gone through, and they are finally going through. There's a big running joke that you never see Louise without her ears. Why she wears these ears? Does she need to? Should she move on? Does it make sense to hold on to them or not? And they give you a very clever, satisfying conclusion that also doesn't go against what the show's been doing the whole time. I'll also be honest, I got, for lack of a better way of putting it, a real nostalgic feel sitting down and watching this on the big screen. Not because it's Bob's Burgers, but because it's a hand-drawn animated film. An unconventional hand-drawn animated film. It brought me right back to the 80s when I sat down and saw an animated film that wasn't Disney. And I know it sounds strange, but there is kind of a good, unique feeling about seeing something that doesn't have the Disney stamp on it, but is still bright and colorful and bouncy and has songs, and it's hard to describe, but there is something really refreshing about it. The writing is also very, very funny. Okay, I can't say it's like their best writing or anything, but I was still laughing a fair amount. And again, these characters are so great, I just love hearing what the reactions are gonna be to absolutely anything. Out of all the characters, I say Gene is probably my least favorite. I get why a lot of people like him, his humor just never really grew on me, but even in this film, I was laughing pretty hard at a lot of the lines he had. There's a really great scene during a chase sequence where the bad guy is trying to drive up to them and Tina's in the back seat and she's just trying not to make eye contact with him. And it really focuses on that, and what a strange thing to focus on. It just made me laugh so hard. I love that they took time to put some attention on this. It's also great seeing a lot of side characters get attention in this. Again, there's 5 main characters with 5 arcs you have to work through, but Teddy still gets a lot of attention, and Mr. Fish Odor, and a lot of weirdos that always perk me up whenever they appear on the show. So yes, I really don't want to give the wrong impression that this is a bad movie, because it's really not. These characters are so good, and as long as they have the same voice actors and the same writing team, I think they're always gonna be good. I'm gonna want to watch them no matter what they're in. I think it's the equivalent of being promised a mountain of gold and then you turn up and you only get a few bars of gold. Hey, that's not exactly what was promised, but how can you be upset when you are still given free gold? Yes, it is hard to tell somebody, go see this, it's incredibly okay, but if you are a Bob's Burgers fan, I still say you should check it out. If you've never seen Bob's Burgers, I probably wouldn't recommend this, as there are a lot of oddities and continuing jokes that you kinda gotta know about, and like I said before, Bob's Burgers does work great if you just watch a few episodes in a row to get an idea of what their humor is about. It really is unique, and takes a little time to gravitate towards. But if you're like me, once you do, you're a fan for life. And I still can't help but be a fan of something like this, even if it is just phenomenally okay. With that said, even a lesser Bob's Burgers property is still Bob's Burgers, and I'm always gonna value that no matter what. Oh, here we go again. Not just because this is another Disney live-action remake, but because I've actually reviewed Pinocchio before. So, this is gonna be a spoiler review. That's right, if you haven't seen this movie and you want some surprises, not that there's a ton, but there's a few in this, then go watch this video before seeing this. From here on out, there's spoilers, you've been warned. Robert Zemeckis' Pinocchio is not good, but I will give credit, is almost good as these Disney live-action remakes go. I'd tell you the story, but is there really any point? It's almost the exact same. Geppetto is an old man who wishes his puppet boy would come to life, and one night, he does by the magic of the Blue Fairy. There's a twist though. If Pinocchio wants to be a real boy, he has to prove himself to be brave, truthful, and unselfish. And even that twist has a twist, as we'll get to. On his way to school, he's intercepted by all sorts of colorful characters, including Honest John, Stromboli, a random guy with a net, and even some new characters like this puppeteer who wanted to be a ballet dancer but can't, so she gets out all her dancing via puppetry. So okay, there are a few new things added to this story, and honestly a fair amount of them I did enjoy. That puppeteer dancer for one, I actually thought that was very clever. I like giving Pinocchio a friend that isn't just Jiminy, and I also like the idea that he's kind of afraid of humans at this point because they've all backstabbed him and betrayed him, so the idea of talking to this puppet to make him feel better is not a bad one. Are there issues with it? Sure, she has this song and dance number that's not only really quick and rushed, but isn't really that great. I'm not sure how she can go from a girl's voice to just a fully grown woman's voice whenever she does the puppet. And yeah, it doesn't really follow all the way through. You see her kind of on her way to start her own career, and I was thinking maybe they're gonna do something like when Pinocchio becomes a real boy, he's gonna go and find her, and maybe there's a romance. Or, in this case, he's just gonna find her and maybe join the show. But nope, she just kinda shows up and then disappears. I really do wish they did more, but the little bit they did I thought was okay. It looks like Geppetto had a son that he lost, a wife as well, and he constantly looks at this picture and he has a little bit of a song sequence where, yeah, he does the thing where he kind of talks, sings, but Hanks does it well. It actually reminded me a lot of Kevin Kline's scene in the opening of Beauty and the Beast. It's one of the few additions that's actually a little heartfelt. But it does something that helps what's always been a stupid little nitpick in the back of my head, and I feel like I've talked about this before. It's always weird that the Blue Fairy just gives Pinocchio life and then expects him to learn all these lessons. Like, why doesn't he just start off already knowing the lessons? What's the point? If Geppetto had to learn something, I get, but she's literally crafting this personality from scratch. She could just make him already a real boy and know all these lessons. And yes, I know you're not supposed to think about that, it's not the kind of story it is, it just always bothered me. But with this, there is a little bit of a reason because it could possibly be the reincarnation of this boy. Oh hell, there's no maybe about it, there's literally a laser beam that shoots to the picture and then to the puppet. That's a little much. But as I mentioned, there's some modern touches that really are painful. And yeah, I'm sure you've heard everybody else talk about it. The Chris Pine joke, the influencer joke. Pinocchio drinking root beer instead of real beer. Even scenes I thought would work a lot better, like the boy turning into a donkey. I remember how terrifying that was as a kid, and here it's really not that bad. It's honestly just kind of what you would expect would happen in this scene, which, yes, is a very strange scene, but for Robert Zemeckis' weird motion capture CG animation, I was expecting more here. However, the rest of Pleasure Island more than makes up for that. This world looks amazing. Look at these statues. Look at this giant landscape of troublemaking. I love actually seeing this world in 3 dimensions. There's a part of me that almost wishes, man, if only there was like a section of this at Disney World. But I guess if kids were encouraged to misbehave, that wouldn't really be proving the point. On that note, this movie doesn't make its points very well. In the original, you remember the lessons till the day you die. Go to school or you'll be thrown in a cage. Don't lie or your nose will grow long. Be a good little boy or you'll turn into a donkey. Here, he tries going to school. He gets kicked out. His nose does grow long when he lies, but he uses it to get the key. He doesn't willingly go to Pleasure Island, he's essentially kidnapped. And acting like a bad little boy eventually leads him to seeing his best friend again and figuring out that she's gonna live her own life because she interacted with him and didn't go to school. Damn it, movie, these are not hard rules to follow. But again, there's fun creative moments that are mixed in between. Like, there's a moment where he uses a seagull to go water skiing to find Geppetto. That's almost as inventive as just going to the bottom of the sea and walking around. I kind of admire how wacky this is. Like I said though, even when I like some of these additions, they don't do quite enough with them. Like, Monstro isn't a whale in this, he's a sea monster. Like, with friggin' tentacles and everything. Okay, it's Pinocchio. I wanted to get weird. There's a fox and a cat just walking around. Go bizarre. If you want to be a sea monster, that's awesome. But do something with him. He does the exact same thing you could do with the whale. Why give him tentacles? Why give him this weird design? Have him fight back in a different way or have the inside of this thing look different. Again, just go bonkers with it. And yeah, on that note, let's talk about probably the biggest change, the ending. In this one, Pinocchio does not turn into a real boy. It turns out Geppetto is the one who dies and Pinocchio has a real emotion, which, I don't know, he had plenty before, but whatever. He starts to cry and it's a magic tear that brings him back to life. You can even see a little bit of like the blue fairy magic in there, and Geppetto says that in doing that, he is a real boy in kind of a specific point of view. But then as they're walking off, you see for a split second, he does kind of look like a little boy, and Jiminy is like, well, did he become a real boy? Who knows? What the hell do you mean, who knows? Are you the narrator or aren't you? You were there, you saw all this happen. You're not hearing this secondhand. What the hell? Okay, so as I mentioned in the other review, I like the idea behind this. I like, I don't know, fairy tales where it's not always the 100% happy ending, where you have to kind of live with something. Something is sacrificed, or you don't get exactly what you want. I actually really like those. They're a good way of saying, yeah, cope. You can still be happy. In fact, sometimes you can be even more happy when something is missing. But it's Pinocchio. It's all about symbols, the nose growing long when you lie, the blue fairy bringing the puppet to life. Hell, a magic tear performed CPR a second ago, and you can't just make him be a real boy. This is clearly a story about symbols and imagery and stuff that's supposed to stay with you, and I guess the more I think about it, the other symbols and imagery didn't make a whole bunch of sense because you kind of worked those backwards. So I guess this shouldn't make that much sense either. But again, for every major bad thing, there are a lot of little good things, fun tiny details. Like I love when Pinocchio turns into a donkey. It's a wooden donkey. Like, look at that tail. It's a wooden tail, like what a puppet would have. That's so inventive. A lot of the acting is okay. I was actually shocked I was getting some okay emotion from this CG Pinocchio. I thought the sort of painted on eyes were gonna look too flat and dead, but they actually were pretty expressive. But yes, all the other obvious problems are very obvious and do get in the way of this being good for me. You have to get the essence of the story down while doing something different. And I think that's what a lot of these Disney remakes are missing. They're either doing the exact same thing with no new life added, or they're trying to change things just to change them and going against the idea of the story. I guess I was expecting to hate it, and I didn't. I almost enjoyed it, but yes, how am I supposed to watch this and not think back to the original and how invested I was there and how not really that invested I am here? I just feel like I have to get credit when it does something that is a little interesting, and I think there is stuff in this film that's kind of interesting. Take that for what's worth and let me know if this fairy reboot tale was the one for you. It's Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and I'm not gonna lie, I had a really interesting time with this for two reasons. One, this is the first Star Wars game I've played since I think TIE Fighter on the CD-ROM, or maybe Super Star Wars on the Super Nintendo. So as you'd imagine, my 40-year-old ass loves seeing how far these games have come. Second, this is the first EA game I've played since Lord of the Rings, and I've heard a lot about how the reputation has changed in terms of business, but more importantly, glitches. And I'll be honest, it was kinda neat to finally see these EA glitches in full bloom, even years after it came out. Look at that glitch! Oh, he flew for a second! Well, understandably, a lot of people I'm sure got mad at these glitches, but for me, I just accepted it as part of the deal, and I actually had some good laughs with it. For the most part, we'll get to that. This is also the first Soulsborne game I've played, which I guess is a very particular type of gaming, and again, I'm 40, I'm not a huge gamer, I don't know how they work, but as I understand it, they're supposed to be really friggin' hard, and if you mess up, you have to go all the way back to the last save point, which could be quite a ways back. And even once you finish a mission or get done with a boss, you have to backtrack all the way. Sometimes they put shortcuts, but there's no Spider-Man on the subway this time. They really want to make it feel real so that when you go back to something, you have to go all the way. For the most part, I liked it okay, but that I could have done without. The story takes place, I think, in between Clone Wars and A New Hope. Order 66 has happened, and a young Jedi named Cal, played by Cameron Monaghan, is a construction worker who's apparently strong with the Force, but doesn't have much of a memory. It all starts coming back to him, though, when he's attacked by the Ninth Sister, played by Misty Lee, who's an Inquisitor trying to hunt him down, but he gets some help. A former Jedi Knight named Ciri, played by Deborah Wilson, and a pilot named Grease, played by J.B. Blanc. From here it goes the route you mostly would think a story like this would go. Cal is getting his memory back, he's learning some Jedi training, he's discovering all sorts of tortured pasts from all sorts of complex characters, and he has to find the lost MacGuffin to keep safe all the fragile something or others. Yeah, okay, there's not like a ton of spoilers that you can really ruin in this, but just in case, I won't go into too much detail. I guess first I'll talk about the story, as, yeah, it is surprisingly pretty engaging. If you were to just show me this outline on paper, I wouldn't think it was bad, but I'd say, yeah, it's just another kind of Star Wars property, nothing that special to it, but the pacing, the dialogue, and especially the acting really elevates this to one of the better Star Wars properties. Cal is another blank slate like Luke or Rey, and I still stand by those are some of the toughest roles to play. Now, blank slate doesn't automatically equal boring, but it can very easily if it's not played right. The idea of a blank slate is that you're supposed to imagine yourself in the role, which, as you'd imagine, works very well in video games, you're literally playing the part. But there also has to be something that makes the character stand out and be unique, so that's really tricky. Cameron does a pretty good job of this. Yeah, he's the typical good-looking dude, and you see his hair never gets messed up or anything like that, but his expressions and voice acting really do convey a lot. The supporting cast as well. I was really happy to see Deborah Wilson doing some serious work. I'm so used to seeing her on Mad TV and just remembering what a great talent she was, but I had no idea she could pull off drama this well. True, it doesn't help that her intense eyes are somehow too intense with some of the rendering and, like I said, some of the glitches, but her performance still comes across very strong. The Ninth Sister is one of the greatest villains in Star Wars history, and keep in mind, this is a long roster of great villains. She is structured like one of the great movie monsters. I'm not talking about something like the creature from the Black Lagoon or something like that. I'm talking about a Dracula or a Hannibal Lecter, one of those villains that slowly gets in your head and takes control. At first, you don't even see her face, you just hear this kind of creepy, happy voice, and yeah, that's already pretty awesome, and she's intimidating and everything. But then she takes her helmet off. Look at those eyes, those are some creepy as shit eyes.
What would Jaro Tapal say?
Oh, Jesus, those eyes, man!
She's so
Oh my gosh, she is so fucking awesome! She does get inside your head. She gives you some information that makes you question everything, some people you start to trust, and there's just this amazing uneasiness when she's around, and the more you're around her, the more she seems to manipulate you. And while yes, I've definitely seen monsters that are both sexy and scary, with Dracula and Lecter, I feel like they're scary first, then sexy. Where I feel like with a lot of women that are supposed to be both, it's the other way around. This is a character that's definitely sexy, but she's scary first. And I thought that was really effective. And the story, while, like I said, kind of standard, is paced out so well, and they integrate so many of the flashbacks and backstories so cleverly into the game. If you know enough about Star Wars, there's certain moments you see in these flashbacks where your stomach starts to get butterflies and you go, oh no. And I think a story is really working when you start to hold your breath at times and you're not even playing the game, you're just watching a cutscene. I guess I'll mention without giving away too much that there is a surprise, quote-unquote, character that appears at the end, and I guess everyone was shocked by it, but I don't know. Maybe because I haven't played that many Star Wars games, but I just sort of thought to myself, isn't it kind of a given this character would be somewhere in this game? It was still really cool, it just didn't shock me as much as I think everyone else. Alright, let's get to the gameplay. Like a lot of games of this style, they utilize every button that they can. And for the most part, they use it effectively. Your only two weapons in this are a lightsaber and the Force, and sometimes you don't even have those. It's pretty good at forcing you to be both offensive and defensive, and anyone that watches me play knows I love being offensive. I don't have the patience to be defensive. I spent so many days of my life being patient for other things, why do I have to do it in a game where I'm supposed to relieve stress and everything? Come on, let me just chop some shit up. But yes, obviously you want to feel like your victory is earned, and a lot of that is combining the two. But a slight nitpick is I got confused on how the defense/blocking works, as there's a way you can reflect lasers back to the stormtroopers, but it didn't always work, so I kinda got the impression you could only block for a little bit of time and only for a second or two. And I only found out later you could actually block for a lot longer. It could just be a little finicky and didn't always work against everybody. But they are also pretty good at showing you when a move is going to penetrate the block, like the character will shine red. And they give you just enough time to get away, but if you're not paying attention, it could get you pretty good. The timing on those is usually pretty well set. With that said, when the preciseness of moves combines with the glitchiness of the game, it can be pretty insufferable. And don't get me wrong, it didn't happen a lot, but when it did, there was nothing more infuriating. I had to go against a boss that took me most of the stream to defeat, and every single time I got close, a glitch would happen. All I have to do is literally push one button over and over, and it would glitch me out of that moment to where I had to take a massive hit. And yes, it was always near the end, and I always ended up dying afterward. Okay, no!
Why?
It was pure luck that suddenly the glitch didn't happen on the last one, and I finally got to kill this guy. But again, that does kind of show there's a good variety of offensive and defensive in this, because with that one you had to use a lot of defensive, which I wasn't that great at. With the final boss, everyone thought it was going to take a lot longer because everyone said it was more difficult, but at least for me, if you do offensive, it wasn't as hard. Everyone swore it was going to go into the next stream, but I figured out an offensive pattern pretty quickly, and it took maybe a half hour, where the other one took like 2 hours. And yeah, let's talk about some of those glitches. It's weird to think that this game came out in 2019, and in 2022, there are still a lot of noticeable mess-ups. Again, a lot of them didn't break the game. If anything, we were kind of having fun with the way things would go awry. Huh. Somebody call an exorcist! I think my favorite is this Wookiee and Stormtrooper who are supposed to be fighting, just looking like they're having a conversation, until they accidentally get burned alive. Get in there, you freaks! What do you have a gun? You're gonna be burned alive! Oh my god, you're on fire! You killed the Wookiee! What were you talking about that cost you your life? But what seems unforgivable are the cutscenes, and I don't know, maybe it's because I'm not a game developer, but I just feel like this should be figured out by this point. Several years later, after it came out, the edges of these textures still have weird dark shadows. There's even one scene where a character uses sorcery to make the ship invisible, and the inside is literally invisible. I thought this was a stylistic choice, but no, the ship is supposed to be there and it just glitches out. And this is intentional, right? This isn't a glitch. You're not supposed to see the ship right now, right?
Oh, Rock says no, this is a glitch. This happened to me too, but I also was playing.
Oh, is that? Like I said, this didn't ruin the game for me, but there was a strange honor in acknowledging, okay, now I see what a typical EA experience is like. But a part of me does feel bad in saying that because these graphics really are impressive. I mean, these landscapes are really cool, and how big these worlds are really cool. There's a clever workaround, somebody told me, that whenever Cal is sneaking through this tight area, it's actually loading the next part of the game. That's a really clever workaround. I guess even when he's in the elevator, it's loading the next part, which, yeah, sometimes you can wait in there too long, and again, it does glitch sometimes. But I don't think that's enough to distract from how detailed and well laid out so many of these levels are. And like I said, yeah, I don't really like backtracking to go back to the ship after I defeat a boss, like I have to work all the way back, but they are usually pretty nice in putting in some shortcuts. They just still leave a lot of footwork to make your way back. It's at this point I kind of wish we were in Star Trek. You could just beam them back. So yeah, this game's a lot of fun, and I do highly recommend it. Does it have problems? Sure, but the pros well outweigh the cons, and I think any Star Wars fan is really gonna get into not only the characters and the gameplay, but the story as well. If you're one of those people that really gets into the universe of Star Wars and imagines yourself as a Jedi Knight swinging a lightsaber around, this is definitely the game for you. I think it's the closest you'll come to really feeling like you're there. Even Vader Immortal has a lot of cool stuff, but you gotta just stand in one spot while people throw things at you. Here you can run around and reflect these lasers back and hack people up, all the stuff you want to do as a Jedi. What else can I say but the Force is strong with this one. I bet I'm the only critic who ever said that. Yeah, whatever. I'm still thinking about those eyes, man. Leave me alone. Chaplin, you are not helping right now! You're really not helping!
You're wretched.
Chaplin, god damn it! I'm giving you to another owner! Chaplin! What's wrong with you? Look at me while I'm talking to you! No, don't put your paw on me! This is not a sentimental moment! You killed me! You killed me! Do you know? Don't... Yeah, okay. Yeah, go to sleep. It's funny, when I went to review the next Ice Age movie, I was thinking to myself, man, they really should number them because I wasn't sure which one was next. Like, we need an Ice Age 2, Ice Age 3, but then when I actually looked at the titles, it is in order. Number 2 is The Meltdown, number 3 is Dawn of the Dinosaurs, number 4 is Continental Drift, number 5 is Collision Course. Actually, they do clearly spell out the order if you just kind of use a little deduction. With that said, Ice Age The Meltdown is the second one, and compared to the first one, it is definitely better. Is it great? Well, let's not say things we can't take back, but it definitely entertained me more than the first one. The setup this time honestly doesn't sound that exciting, but they kind of make the most of it. We start off with that groundhog thing trying to get an acorn again, and one of the things I like about these little slapstick openings is that it does kind of show where we are in terms of time. This one, he's trying to get the acorn in the ice, but a bunch of water starts leaking, and he has to kind of slide down these little ice slides, and yeah, you put it together that the ice is melting. Eventually, the other animals figure that out as well and realize they need to get out because, well, they're essentially in a giant valley, or an ice bowl, if you will, that's about to fill with water. While journeying through the valley for a way out, kinda like a semi-funny Land Before Time, Manny the Mammoth, played again by Ray Romano, finds he's not the last of his kind as he discovers another mammoth named Ellie, played by Queen Latifah. The only problem is she doesn't know she's a mammoth. She thinks she's a possum. In fact, throughout a good chunk of the film, she does things that possums do, and you would think that would get pretty old pretty fast, but because of some good acting and good writing, it actually is pretty funny. And truth be told, there's not a ton of other story the more I think about it. Don't get me wrong, there are little subplots, like the saber-tooth tiger doesn't know how to swim, so he has to confront that. The sloth has a really quick, very random subplot about being a fire god that needs to be sacrificed. I don't even think it comes into the movie until the last third. And we randomly keep cutting back to that squirrel Chuck trying to get the acorn, even though it has no bearing on the story whatsoever. So I will say, this definitely sounds like a forced sequel. Like, nobody really had a passion to want to make this movie, or at the very least write it. But obviously the first one made money, so this is the best they could come up with. And honestly, for what does sound like a forced sequel, it's not that bad. John Leguizamo's voice is a lot more tolerable this time around. He tones down the lisp a lot more, and yes, there's nothing wrong with a character that has a speech impediment. Some of my favorite characters have speech impediments, but the way he did it just got on my nerves, and in this movie, I feel like it balances out a lot better. There's some things you know are coming, but are done in a way that is refreshing. For example, you know Ellie has to figure out she's not a possum at some point, and the way she figures it out, and especially the timing she figures it out, does leave for a lot more possibilities. I mean, right, you think you know what's gonna happen. She's gonna figure it out somewhere near the last third, and it's gonna be traumatizing, and she isn't gonna know how to feel about it, but no, it's figured out about the halfway point, and she deals with it fine. It's done through a dramatic moment, but after that, she kind of sees it as a fun little quirk. Oh, okay, I'm a mammoth. Neat. Now what? I really like that, and I think her and Manny actually have pretty good chemistry in this. The jokes are also a lot better. Again, you do feel like they were really searching for material, like how much is there really to talk about in the Ice Age, but they do a decent enough job, and if a joke doesn't land, it doesn't hurt. I feel like the dialogue is a lot snappier and a lot faster, that if one doesn't land, they just move on to the next one. I also give credit that as of now, these movies don't really have a villain. They have predators, they have obstacles, but there's no one main bad guy. I think that's another thing that makes the conflicts in this not quite as predictable. The animation, as you can plainly see, is also a lot better. Okay, it's not like a visual wonderland like something I see in Coco or something, but even with the same kind of primitive designs, they really do upgrade the textures a lot more. It doesn't look fantastic or anything, but it doesn't look like a direct-to-DVD movie anymore. With that said, I can't act like this is anything great either. It is another film where it just kind of appears, does its job, and then disappears. I don't really think that much about it after I've seen it. But once again, I don't think it's supposed to be that kind of film. I will say with the first one, there was a little bit more drama, and maybe that was a little heavier than the drama in this. But the serious moments aren't bad, they're just glanced over a little bit more to make room for the comedy, which, like I said, is better. I will give credit, it's not a here we go again story. They don't discover another human and have to get him back to his tribe. There's not even any humans in this. They do try to do something a little different and tell a different story. And it's not bad. I just don't see it as anything that great either. Again, it's a movie I wouldn't really seek out to watch, but if for some reason you have to, like you have kids or like me, you have to review it, it's not unpleasant to sit through. It's serviceable, and definitely in more ways than the last one. I think the slapstick, the writing, and the acting all have just enough charm to say, okay, that was not that bad a way to waste an hour and a half. But I can definitely think of more entertaining ways to waste it. I guess it's not a glowing review, but I can't say it's a negative review either. It just is what it is. It's Ice Age 2. It exists, it's not bad, but it's not groundbreaking either. In a series literally about breaking ground. I guess you could say it evolved from an eh to a eh. Who knows, maybe the next one will have me giving it a eh. What do you want, a franchise about the Ice Age? I'm gonna review it in Caveman Grunts. I don't know, see you at the next venture, I guess. Well, I know a lot of people who hate this show. Not gonna lie, I did debate whether or not I wanted to review this for a couple reasons. One I'll get to in a second, the other, there's just so many damn videos saying this is the worst thing ever made. Phase 4 is officially dead, the MCU has officially destroyed itself. I think they're gonna be okay, folks. And while I don't think this show is quite as bad as everybody made it out to be, I didn't think it was very good. But on that note, I do think it's salvageable. Let me explain. Jennifer Walters is the cousin of Bruce Banner, the Hulk. When one day a car accident happens, some of his blood drips onto her, and she officially becomes She-Hulk. Honestly, I thought her transformation would be more complicated than that, but I actually kinda like they keep it simple. She discovers though, while she can turn big and green, she can still have control of her mental state. She doesn't turn into a blood-hungry monster like Banner. Because of this, she says she doesn't want to do any superhero-related stuff, she just wants to be a lawyer. That's what she went to school for, that's what she wants to do. As you'd imagine though, there's situations where she has to use her powers, the cat's out of the bag, and now everybody knows her as She-Hulk. And that's kind of it. Most of the show is just her taking on legal cases, mostly with other superheroes, sometimes as a superhero, sometimes as herself, and all the comedy hijinks that ensue. Okay, so before I get to the problems, let me get to what I actually do like about this. First of all, I love this setup. I love the idea of someone with superpowers being a lawyer, which yes, we already have that in Marvel, but I like she takes on superhero cases. As a superhero, that just kinda seems funny to me. It's kinda like in Harvey Birdman where you hear all these legal cases of these classic cartoon characters. How can that not be funny? I'll also say, if you just told me the plot of every episode and show me where it was going from beginning to end, for the most part, I think I'd be on board. All the clients and cases she has to represent are funny setups. And I like the little touches of seeing how this person has to live a social life with this strange power. I like the fact that she can drink a lot as a Hulk, but when she goes back to human, she's instantly drunk. I like a lot of people keep passing her up on dating apps until they find she's the She-Hulk. The superpower ties in well to the pros and especially the cons of being a professional in an already difficult world. There's a part where she gets a job at a law firm and they require her to be She-Hulk the whole time. Kinda like she's the token superhero of the company. There's a really great scene where her boss is requiring her to take this case whether she wants to or not. She is sitting there as this giant mammoth. She could break this guy in two and she can't do anything about it. That is so clever, and I feel like probably sums up what a lot of women feel in some workplaces that I don't even think the creators are aware of how clever it is. Because if they were, she would turn to the camera and explain how clever it is. Yeah, let's get into what's wrong with this show. It's very clear this is supposed to be a lighter show, and that's honestly what I want. She narrates, she breaks the fourth wall, there's constant one-liners, and this is a setup where I want to see that happen. But most of the humor just isn't that great. it is slow and clunky. Even when there's something that is legitimately funny in it, a lot of times the delivery just mucks it up. There's one scene where two guys are about to shake hands, but one tries to do a fist bump, and then they keep going back and forth. That's actually very observant. I've kind of noticed that. After the pandemic, people are like, oh, do we shake hands? Do we fist bump? What do we do? But it is done so slow and so awkwardly. If it was just done as a fast little thing, like you kind of blink and you could have missed it, it would work. But no, somebody decided most of the humor should be a Disney Channel sitcom. There's a scene where she goes home and the father says, don't worry, nobody will bring up that you lost your job. First thing that happens when they walk in, the son says, oh, you lost your job. And the father says, I told you not to say she lost her job. And he says, oh, I thought you said tell her she lost her job. That's a joke. Good Jesus God, are we on Nickelodeon? I think there's also a major problem with the main character. Tatiana Maslany, I'm sure, can give a funny performance. But the problem is she's written like someone entering law school, not graduated it. She does not take anything seriously. And again, if this was complete, zany, surreal humor like Harvey Birdman, you could work with this fine. But it's clear you're supposed to sympathize with her struggles, and I can never take her seriously if she never takes herself seriously. Seeing her turn to the camera and giggle, lawyer show, does not show any investment. Jim Carrey in Liar Liar acts like a goofball too, but at some point the weight and importance of his job does catch up to him. Jennifer's too busy twerking with Megan Thee Stallion to ever have any of that sink in. I mean, my God, Deadpool breaks the fourth wall too, but I buy him as an assassin. Again, that's the kind of comedy it is. It breaks the fourth wall, it's silly, but when it needs to tell its story, I do buy it. And the humor here is so constant, so desperate. How bad did it get? Well, this is where I debated whether or not to do this review because I stopped watching the show. I couldn't take it. And I know what you're thinking, how can you say something isn't as bad as everybody is saying it is when you couldn't even finish the show? Well, a lot of those people say there's nothing good in this, and I disagree. I think there are some funny moments, and funny ideas. But the bad parts just far outweigh the good ones for me. That is until the finale, because everybody was asking me my thoughts on it. I thought, oh, maybe it does something different, and it does. And I think if you watch it, you're either gonna enjoy it or you're not, but I did like it for the most part. It was different, and I didn't know where it was going, and it broke the fourth wall in a very imaginative way, and a way that did make me laugh quite a bit. But it seemed like too little too late. They even tried to work Daredevil into this universe and talk about apples and oranges. These don't go. He just looks so uncomfortable being there. But okay, I said this was salvageable, and I do believe that. If you want me to point to an example of how to do season 2 right, I say look at the show The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. That's another show about a woman entering a world that kinda has the cards stacked against her and she becomes a celebrity and she doesn't know how to deal with it. But it's also a comedy that's trying to tell a straightforward story about a goofball who also knows when to take herself seriously. She's a stand-up, she's silly, she's a nutball, but she also knows how to be a professional and care about what she does. It also goes back and forth between tones. The first time I saw it, I thought, well, that's not how that time period was, but I realized it goes back and forth between how that time period was and how the fantasy of that time period was. It kind of feels like a sitcom you would see on TV at the time. Like, that's how people saw everything at the time, and it's constantly contrasts with how things actually were, and they're kind of fighting for space in the same show, and it's really clever. I think that's what this is missing. You just need her to act like someone who gives a shit. Mrs. Maisel is silly and goofy, but she gives a shit. So I follow her. When she cares about something, I care about something. You can still do the fourth wall jokes and have her looking at the camera and have most of it be a funny legal show. Again, I think it's a really cool idea. And have your lead still be silly, but invested. And you know, make the humor fast and less Nick Jr.-y. So yeah, there it is. You could argue this was a very unprofessional review for someone that has not seen the entire show, but I just kinda know the 3 or 4 episodes I missed aren't gonna change my mind. I dropped back in to watch the finale and I felt like I missed nothing. I guess it's the equivalent of Gene Siskel walking out of Black Sheep.
This is the first movie that I have ever walked out on in a theater. In 26 years.
I envy you.
We should never do this. I left millions.
It's okay to do it if you say you did it.
I did. That's why I have to say it.
We're not supposed to do it. To our shame, we sometimes do. And it probably goes without saying, but if you like this show, great. I'm not gonna say you're part of the problem or yell whatever buzzword is popular now and is gonna be dated next year. You like what you like or hate what you hate. And honestly, if they do a season 2, I will check it out to see if it gets any better because, again, I do think there's possibilities for this show. But in my opinion, unless they make these changes, it doesn't look like it's anything worth hulking out over. Andy's favorite movie, huh? Bullshit. Yeah, everybody knows this isn't Andy's favorite movie. It's not anyone's favorite movie. Lightyear is a weird idea, but it is an idea that I think could have some potential. I mean, I remember reviewing the cartoon show that came out years ago, and it was fun. That's what I think of when I think of Buzz Lightyear, when I see that toy and the adventures he goes on, the evil Emperor Zurg. That is exactly what I think it would be like. Well, that must be why that show was a hit, and this movie was not. And I'll tell you why in great detail, including spoilers. If you want to see my spoiler-free review, go watch Entitled Review Show. But in this one, I'm gonna tell you all the dirt about why I just did not like this film. Buzz Lightyear, played this time by Chris Evans. And no, honestly, that didn't bother me, because I know this is a different version, and I'm fine getting a different actor for that. I don't think that's a big. But he's not doing so fine when him and a colony of people crash land on a new planet, and they spend years trying to figure out how to get back home. Long story short, they build a spacecraft that's supposed to get them back, but instead keeps sending Buzz into the future by several years. Being, I guess, really stubborn, he keeps taking the mission, going further and further into the future, and he stays the same age, but all his friends and cadets around him keep aging, eventually passing away. After a couple decades on this planet, they finally decide to cancel the mission, but Buzz wants to keep going, with the help of his, I guess, emotion animal. A robotic orange cat who's clearly the best character in the movie. Trouble starts brewing, though, when the evil Emperor Zurg, although I guess he's not really an emperor in this, or Zurg, yeah, we'll get to that in a minute, starts taking over the colony, and so he has to recruit a bunch of cadets that clearly aren't ready, and have, I guess, one joke per character that's supposed to define their personality, who all band together to take this machine empire down. Okay, so for maybe the first half of this movie, I personally wasn't enjoying it, but I could say if somebody saw the trailer and got excited for it, it was giving you what it promised. Like I said, when I hear Buzz Lightyear, I do think of that cartoon show. I think of something really fun and goofy like that, actually exploring other worlds. But okay, if you want to do this little time travel story where you just stay on one boring ass planet, but I don't know, it's kind of dark and gritty, and I guess you could argue does look a little bit like a 1995 movie, even down to not really getting the source material right. I think there'd be an audience for this. Where it loses me hard is the reveal of Emperor Zurg, who, like I said, is not an emperor, he's not even really Zurg, he's Buzz from the future. I kept saying to myself, no, it's a trick, like the real Zurg is in there or something, like they can't be this stupid. Nobody would want this. But nope, that's the twist in this. I guess that's their way of getting around Zurg being his father, because it's actually him, like an older version of him? Is that it? Why do people think older, younger versions of themselves are like mother, daughter, father, sons? This is not a good idea. But even taking that out of this, that Zurg as we know him in the toys and the cartoon and everything is not the same Zurg, this is just not well set up. I get the idea behind the lesson. The community there has actually gotten used to being on the planet, and the old generation has died off, and now this is their home. Though, yeah, it's a little weird. You're just never gonna go back to the civilization you came from, like you're just giving up. That's a little odd, but regardless, Buzz is not set up to be the bad guy in this. Yes, he's a little stubborn, but honestly, his character is not interesting or developed enough to be the bad guy in this. When this shows up, like I said, in the last third, it's kind of like in Lost in Space, where suddenly there's like this time travel story and people are growing up, and no, the movie was really about this, and it just seems totally out of left field. My guess is somebody had a time travel story about going into space on a different planet, pretty much the same setup, but then somebody was like, hey, we own Buzz Lightyear, let's make it about Buzz Lightyear, and they had to shoehorn this in. Let me put it this way, if that's not how this came about, I have no idea how this got to this point. None of this seems like Buzz Lightyear outside of just once in a while saying a quote from Toy Story. Yeah, isn't that great? Man, you really captured Buzz Lightyear. He said those lines even though the rest of the original story and characters are completely ripped apart and done a huge disservice. With that said, the acting from everyone is okay. The animation's not bad. It's just not that impressive either. What a boring planet to be stuck on. I mean, again, Buzz Lightyear to infinity and beyond. Well, that's just this one place, and it's not that interesting. Well, what's even really alien about? There's just some vines that move around. That's it. There's another Disney film that came out this year called Strange World, and that's imaginative. Look at this place. There's so many things I want to ask questions about and see how it works, and I just want to jump into this world and explore it. I don't give a shit about this place. It is so bland and underwhelming, and these characters do not help that at all because they are just as bland and underwhelming. The humor in this movie just doesn't work, aside from the cat. Like I said, the cat is legitimately funny. Nobody had anything interesting to offer. Honestly, a part of me was saying maybe I'd have more fun just watching this planet evolve over time and them kind of get used to living here and declaring this as their new home. Maybe that would be a more interesting story. And again, maybe that was the original story. It was about just one guy who couldn't adapt and he was trying to fight against what was just naturally happening and couldn't come to grips with it. I guess that would have been an interesting enough story for a Pixar film, but not a Buzz Lightyear film. I don't know, I didn't hate this movie, but there was very little I enjoyed about it. And to be fair, even watching the trailer, I wasn't that sucked in by it, so maybe I'm just not the right audience for it. What did you think? Because I didn't grow up with Toy Story. I really loved the original, but I didn't grow up with it. And I think now enough time has passed that there is a whole generation, hell, maybe even a couple generations, that grew up with this as kids and probably have a really strong connection to this character. Hell, people were really upset that Tim Allen wasn't voicing him, and to me, I could kind of care less. Again, it's a different version, so that didn't bother me, but now I'm wondering if people got upset about that, what did they think about the rest of this film that changed so much? My hope is that Pixar sees this and finally gets the idea, oh, maybe this should have been the Disney Plus movie and films like Turning Red and Luca are the ones we should have released on the big screen. The original ideas, the ones that people were excited to talk about. I'm really hoping this is kind of an eye-opener because I heard this film did not do that great. Let me know what you think now that time has gone by, and I guess I'll see you next time we go to infinity and... yeah. Well, this is a Fox film. Fox is owned by Disney, so screw it. I can talk about this for Disney-cember. And thank God, because I had so many people over and over saying, have you seen Prey yet? Have you seen Prey yet? And sadly, I couldn't get around to it. I was just too busy. But then when I found out I could watch it for work, it finally gave me the opportunity. And before I begin, I should let you know I have seen Predator and the Alien vs. Predator movies and no other Predator films. I like Predator, but I don't love it like I do, say, the Alien movies. Even the bad Alien movies I want to see. So just bear that in mind when I talk about this film. I'm not going to be able to compare it too much to all the other sequels. With all that said, yep, everybody's right. This movie's pretty badass. This time the Predator is attacking Earth during the 1700s. Instead of the military, it's a Comanche tribe. The story centers around a girl named Naru, a young hunter who's very much encouraged not to be a hunter. This could get very preachy very fast, but the film really balances this out well. You already know what the lesson here is gonna be, and they don't dwell on it. They give you just enough that you see what she's up against and you're rooting for her. They're also really good at not making her annoyingly over her head like, say, Taran or Kaylee, but they're also good at not making her so perfect she's boring like the remake of Mulan. You see why she wants to be a hunter. She's naturally very good at it and very inventive, but she doesn't know everything. She's just starting to enter this world, and anytime she makes a mistake, which there are quite a few, everybody rubs it in. But it's not overkill. That's literally what the Predator is for. Every time someone or something in some way seems to tell her she can't do it, it isn't treated like a straw man scenario or a soapbox. It's treated like an obstacle. This is a movie very much about hunting, and there are a lot of obstacles in hunting. At the end of Alien vs. Predator, I found myself having a really good time because it was just a predator, a human, and an alien, and that's all they were doing. There was no talking, they were just hunting each other. And I love that, and I said, I wish I had a movie of just that. And this is kind of the closest we get. I guess you could say the fur traders are kind of the aliens in this. And I won't lie, every time other characters came into this, I thought it was gonna hurt the film because I did want it to just be her and the Predator. But it quickly dawned on me, then you couldn't see the Predator take out his prey in so many various ways. It is still a Predator movie, we want to see him take out people in a cool way, and he definitely does. But what I like is there's the quote-unquote primal way of hunting with the Comanche, the quote-unquote advanced way of hunting with the fur traders, and then the even more advanced way of hunting with the Predator. I love that's 3 different styles of hunters in this movie, and they all kind of learn from each other or don't learn from each other, and we see the advantages and disadvantages. We see how some evolve, we see how some devolve. I love seeing essentially these 3 different tribes work off each other. Naru's struggle is a great one because she's not seen by the Predator as a threat. On the one hand, that kind of saves her life a lot. On the other hand, she's kind of pissed off. Like, that's the whole idea. She wants to be a hunter. She wants to be a threat. But the conclusion she comes to with that and the way she utilizes it as an advantage is so goddamn clever. I think taking the step backwards in time really makes sense, and I know prequels are everywhere and a lot of them aren't really that great, but by going back to a time period where the hunter and hunted were constantly in battle, and constantly switched up who was the hunter and the hunted, this was really an inspired choice. The Predator himself also has a really cool design. I like it isn't just the exact same one we've seen in the other movies. It actually does look a little different, but you can still recognize it as a Predator. Any problems I have in this are nitpicks. I'd say the first thing that stood out to me is kind of the more modern speech that everybody has. It isn't too distracting, but every once in a while they'll have a line like, "Oh, he led us to dog shit," or "I got this." The majority of the dialogue is pretty timeless, so sections like this do really stand out. Even the way they say some of these lines feels a little modern. I don't know, Amber Midthunder, that's the actress that plays Naru? I did buy her performance, but there is something about her look and even her voice that just makes me think of more modern day Hollywood. And the way some of the other hunter boys talk in this, kinda similar. They sound a little bit more like skaters than part of a tribe. I'll also say the CG is a little hit and miss, and there's one mistake that the Predator keeps making that just seems a little out of character for him. It has to do with the little 3 laser beams on his helmet. When you see the film, you'll know what I'm talking about, but he literally makes the same mistake twice, and it just doesn't seem like that matches for a hunter that's this advanced. But again, these are nitpicks. I mean, again, it's a Predator movie. There's supposed to be some kind of corny moments and things that don't always add up. You're mainly just there to see something that's really badass and root for the main character, and that's really what I do here. I was actually enjoying the story of this tribe so much, I kind of forgot for a little bit that it is a Predator movie. And I think a lot of that comes from not trying to hammer in a message, but rather get across a theme or an idea. Her family doesn't want her to hunt because she's really good at medicine, and they don't think she's ready, and they are concerned for her. It all comes from a place of love. So when you do see her stumble, you get where they're coming from too, but when you see her overcome it, you just cheer her on even more. I've seen a lot of movies that goof up this hero's journey where they either make the character too strong or too weak, and this really finds that right balance. It's a great flick. Everybody's right. You should check it out. Honestly, seeing this really does make me want to check out the other Predator sequels I haven't seen yet, even the bad ones. If you haven't found this wonderful movie on streaming yet, do so. It's definitely worth the hunt. It It's Thor Love and Thunder Spoiler Edition. If you want to hear my review without any spoilers, go and see the Untitled Review Show video, but if you want me to go into more detail about how this film is sometimes really good, but oftentimes really obnoxious, this is the vid for you. You've been warned. The director of Ragnarok is back, and maybe he gives a little too much Ragnarok in this. I was really a big fan of that movie and thought they really got the essence of what made Thor so much fun and big and epic, but also goofy all at the same time. This one definitely likes the goofy stuff a lot more. Like, Christ, a lot more. Thor has gone from dad bod to god bod, as they literally use that joke in the movie. That's not too bad. I'm not upset yet. And he leaves the Guardians of the Galaxy to a point where I'm kind of wondering why the hell he went with them at all. And discovers that Jane is back, but not for very long, as it looks like she has cancer. I'll be honest, I didn't dislike Jane in the movies, but I can't say I really liked her either. I didn't miss her not being in the last film, but giving her this disease, I will admit, is kind of instant investment. As soon as you see that, you're like, oh no, I hope she's okay. So I do think that was a clever addition. It also really justifies her being Lady Thor, or is it just Jane? I don't know how this works. There's a Lady Loki. I don't know, whatever you call her. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't very excited for her in this role, because again, she didn't leave that big an impact on me. I mean, yes, it could be worse. Kat Dennings could be Thor, although I will say she's in this too, and she's actually not that bad. For all the bad comedy in this movie, she's totally fine in this. But seeing her life force tied to this power and trying to figure out how to utilize it in the little time she has, and even trying to figure out what little time she has, was pretty interesting. Her powers are also pretty cool. I really love when she throws the hammer, it splits up into a million little pieces because that's what happened to it before, and then it all comes back together. That's really creative and pretty badass. The villain is also not bad. Christian Bale plays this guy who lost his kid and feels betrayed by the gods, and kinda rightfully so. The gods kinda seem like a bunch of assholes in this, and yeah, that is the idea. You sympathize very quickly with what he wants to do, but are still on the side of Thor, who wants to stop him. Like everybody's motivations, you do legit get in this. Honestly, all the elements are there, and what happens in the story is fine. If I was just to see this laid out in script form, I'd be like, yes, go, do it. But I think this is finally the MCU film where the Marvel humor completely destroys the film. There are just too many damn jokes in this, and a lot of them are just not funny. I feel like a lot of people have been making the argument that the Marvel humor is just getting a little too much in these films, and yeah, I agree, but it's very rare that that's what ruined a film. And I am telling you right now, I would have liked this fine if they just shut up with the jokes. Valkyrie is one of my favorite characters in this series, and her scenes are not only forgettable, but they are annoying. She brings out this little thing like, oh, is it a grenade? No, it's a little beatbox. Oh yeah, let's dance to it. Yeah. Oh, shut up. Hey, look, our ship is being guided by these screaming goats. Oh, that's funny for like a minute. No, they last the whole movie. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh my god, Christian Bale is being mad creepy to these little kids. They must be so afraid. Oh wait, the kid wants to be called something else because he saw a band.
I'm now known as Axel.
Astrid.
Axel.
Astrid.
I said Axel.
Astrid.
Axel!
Oh my god, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I hate this. Shut up. Be a Thor movie. Shut up. I'm sorry, I was actively annoyed throughout the majority of this movie. I don't know how Ragnarok balanced it out so much better than this. Again, I think the idea was it was still a Thor movie, and the jokes came from the characters. I like seeing Thor and Loki interact with each other. I like this weird Jeff Goldblum alien that, yeah, it's still Jeff Goldblum being Jeff Goldblum, but he's still a villain. He still has this threat that's kind of like Mojo from X-Men. It makes sense. Even though he's a goofy character, he's moving the story forward. In this, everything just comes to a complete stop for some unfunny jokes. Once in a while I'll get a giggle, but they're too few and too far in between. Now on that note, when this actually is a Thor movie, it is a pretty decent Thor movie. Like I said, I did surprisingly care about what happens to Jane in this movie, and when Thor and her aren't doing their stupid rom-com who broke up with who bullshit, I find I really do care about them when they discuss actual relationship stuff and their mortality and how much time they have. All that's really interesting. Even the climax of this film had me smiling ear to ear. Thor has to give his power to these children, and they all go and kick some ass and have little lightning abilities, and yeah, you would think this would be the lamest part, but they actually really have fun with it. And again, I imagine myself being a little kid watching this, and I would just find this so cool, and it looks epic and badass, and this is the kind of fun I'm looking for. But it's almost like they took the ideas and energy of Ragnarok and combined it with that terrible humor from Dark World. But the humor isn't just in little sections of the film, you know, like the moments with Kat Dennings. It's stretched out throughout the entire flick. And it was just too much for me. And it's a shame because the stuff they do right, I think is legitimately done right. Jane does eventually die, and you do feel legitimately bad. And yeah, there's an after credit sequence that at first I thought, oh my god, are they gonna bring her back? Was it all for nothing? And no, she goes to where a lot of the other gods die, and it feels right. It feels like a legitimately nice ending for a character that honestly I didn't have much interest in before. Had this movie kept that tone going and tying into the visual style that also looked fantastic and big and epic, but yeah, a little goofy, I think we could have had possibly the best Thor movie. But I don't know if it was the director or Disney or the writers or even just people improvising stuff on set, but the humor just absolutely nuked this film for me. You can tell everybody's trying, nobody's half-assing it here, but I think they just tried to lean too hard into a good thing. With that said, what were your thoughts? Because I guess this movie didn't do that great at the box office. Like, it didn't do terrible, but it did not do the numbers they were hoping. Is it the humor? Is it that just people are getting sick of Marvel movies? Maybe just the character Thor? I'm not really sure, so I kind of want to know your thoughts on it. Did you think it was great and you don't know what the hell I or other people are talking about? Do you think that this was just doing the same old stuff in the best way or even elevating it to new material? Let me know because some time has passed and maybe your opinion on it has changed since then. Whatever your thoughts, all I can say is I personally expected more Thor from Thor. Chip and Dale movie spoilers. Yeah, if you want to know my thoughts about this without spoilers, go ahead and watch my episode of Untitled Review Show, but for this one, I'm going to talk about all the stuff I couldn't in that video. With that said, Ugly Sonic is clearly the best part of the movie. And this is a good movie, but by God, this was genius. Okay, I'll go into that in a second. First, let's set up the story. Chip and Dale, as you're probably aware, had a hit TV show in the 90s called Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. The show got canceled though because Dale wanted a spin-off career based on a character that actually was in one of the episodes. I kind of forgot about that. Which gets the show canceled, and on top of that, Dale's career doesn't go as big as he was hoping. Looking to make some sort of comeback, he contacts Chip, who's now got an office job, and talks about putting the band back together. The band, though, in its entirety, is not in this movie entirely. Monterey Jack is kidnapped along with a bunch of other cartoon characters, and it's up to Chip and Dale and this really boring-ass cop to go and find them. So I think like a lot of people when I saw the trailer to this, I was thinking, man, this could easily work, but it could easily bomb too. A lot of people were laughing at the self-aware jokes, but as a lot of reboots have shown nowadays, you can be too self-aware. There is a way to do this wrong. Actually, there's a lot of ways to do it wrong. Thankfully though, this movie does most of the things right. On top of all the satires of the show, the 90s, and just Hollywood life in general, there is a good heart at the center of the story with the connection between Chip and Dale. Yes, this is very familiar territory and we've seen it in a lot of other movies and shows, but the film is very clever at showing Chip and Dale when they're little kids going to school and getting along with each other and seeing they're both kind of outcasts and they kind of help each other out, and even that kind of comes back into the story. When you see the different ways they interpret the past, even back to when they first met. Everyone seemed to lose their minds about how funny this movie was and how legitimately touching it was, and yeah, I really liked it too. I don't think quite on the same level as everyone else though. I did have problems with this movie. One of them is the 3D animation trying to look like 2D animation. I'm sorry, we're just not there yet. I think this looks phony, ugly, and like a puppet being moved around. There's other characters that legit look like they were hand-drawn, and I'm not sure if they were or not. It looks like they were, and if not, if it turns out this was the 3D to 2D animation, that's what they should have done more of, because Chip looks hideous. He doesn't look finished. He looks unrendered. He's trying to look like he's hand-drawn, and we know he's not hand-drawn. So why lie to us like this? I'll tell you why, because it saves time and money. And yeah, I get that. I guess that's just where a lot of animation is going, and maybe the people behind the scenes wanted to do it hand-drawn, but Disney said, no, if you want this to happen, you gotta do this to cut budget costs. I mean, you're getting a ton of other copyright characters. We'll get into that in a second. But this was hugely distracting to me. The choice of John Mulaney as Chip, I'm also on the fence about, because I love John Mulaney. I think he's really funny, and he can turn in some really good performances that have both a comedic and dramatic edge. In something like Big Mouth, it works because it is self-aware in a way that complements that voice, but in this, I feel like there were supposed to be a lot more genuine moments that just don't sound as genuine from him. He's not bad, he's just not quite there. There's also some controversy about the Peter Pan character in this, and a lot of people pointing out, rightfully so, that it does eerily mimic the life of the actual actor who played Peter Pan. Honestly, I can see both sides of the argument. I can see them writing this role saying it's the original Peter Pan and all this happened because there's literally a syndrome named after Peter Pan, people who don't want to grow up and want to stay in the past, and that's kind of what the movie is about. But on that note, how can the people making this who work for Disney not be aware of the life of this actor? Nobody raised their hand and said, you know, this sounds eerily a little too close to home here. I don't know, I think there's enough of a disconnect to argue that not everybody would think of this or reference this, but if you do know the story of this guy, it is a tad uncomfortable. On that note, let's talk about what I'm sure everybody wants to hear me talk about, the copyrighted characters in this. It is bizarre how many different IPs are in this movie, and for sometimes seemingly no reason. We know Disney owns Fox and Marvel and Star Wars, so getting them is not a problem, but there's like Shrek merchandise in this, and a South Park character in the background, and He-Man and Skeletor are sitting at a table. I'll admit, I was constantly laughing at just how many unexpected characters were gonna be around the corner. With that said though, looking back, it does seem a little pointless. I think like in Roger Rabbit when Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny met up for the first time, and that was mind-blowing. You actually saw them interact off each other and you kinda knew you would never see this again. Here, My Little Pony just runs across the screen and that's it. They don't really interact with them or anything. There's also some characters you know were meant to be someone else. Like, I am positive this was gonna be Chitara, but they couldn't get the rights to her. You know Gumby was supposed to be the bad guy in this, and those would have been hilarious, but clearly they couldn't get the legal rights, and honestly it's amazing they got as many as they did. And let's be honest, it's all worth it for that incredible ugly Sonic cameo. Not only was it unexpected and hilarious, but the way they use him is so clever. It isn't just a throwaway joke. He actually plays kind of a big part in the story, but not in a way that's distracting or takes up too much time. When he comes back into the story, it's actually really welcomed, and you're kind of rooting for this dude because you remember how we all made fun of how he looked, and the idea of giving him this has-been personality that's trying to pretend like he's in on the joke, is he or is he not, it's hard to tell, makes it all the more fun when he comes through in the end and saves the day. I'm one of the few people that was totally ready to embrace ugly Sonic and how terrible this movie was gonna be. Gangster's Paradise in the trailer? What the hell are you doing? I was so ready to have a good time with this and embrace the cringe. But they changed it, and we got a good Sonic movie, eventually, controversial thoughts. But it's great to see the potential of how uncomfortable this character is exploited in the best way. Actually, in kind of a heartfelt way. Do I wish there was more of the actual Rescue Rangers in this, like Gadget, Zipper, and Monterey Jack? Yeah. Do I wish the human characters were more interesting and some of the lesser jokes were punched up a bit? Of course, but what we got I still think is very entertaining. Some people are saying it's the next Roger Rabbit. I can't go that far, but I can say it is very original the way they work in these characters, and while I do wish some were utilized more, the ones they do utilize are pretty fantastic. I had a good time. I thought it was really funny and had the emotion in there, surprisingly. What did you all think, particularly with the copyrighted characters? Do you think it was worth getting all these other little side cameos like My Little Pony and South Park and so forth just for little walk-on roles? Do you feel like they should have just saved that money instead put it into making Chip look more hand-drawn? Or do you think it was totally worth it for the characters they did dive into? Let me know your thoughts and I'll see you on the remake of Tailspin or whatever they gotta do next. Just when I think I'm out, Kingdom Hearts pulls me back in. Birth by Sleep is a prequel to the first two Kingdom Hearts games, which yes, I know means I'm playing this out of order, but, well, Kingdom Hearts has never told their story out of order before. I honestly played it because a lot of the fans say that the gameplay was really great, and the story was really great, and the character introductions were great, and yeah, they're pretty much right. This was a pretty enjoyable good time. The story, or stories, there's kinda 3 of them in this, but it's also kinda 1. I'll get to that in a minute. Focuses on 3 Keyblade apprentices, Terra, Aqua, and Ventus. Terra and Aqua are going through a test to see who can get the Mark of Mastery, and while Aqua passes, Terra fails. Terra leaves having been told there's just too much darkness in his heart, but Ventus wants to make him feel better. Aqua is sent to look after them both, and while that's going on, Xehanort, played in this one by Leonard Nimoy, is hatching a diabolical plan of manipulation. So okay, that's the initial setup, and it doesn't sound too complicated, but one of the fun aspects of the game is that you can play as any of the 3 characters, and each one does lead to a different game. Yes, you go to the same levels, and sometimes fight the same bosses and obstacles, but more often than not, they change it up. Like if you go to the Cinderella level with one of the characters, a lot of the focus might be on the palace, but if you go with another, it might be more at the house, and you're shrunk down, and you have to do stuff with the mice. And on top of that, you do get different elements of the story. There are different points of view, and they give you different perceptions of what's going on with a certain character. In fact, it might even change your outlook on them. So it's pretty cool that if you pick a different character, it isn't just different moves, it really is a different game. But make no mistake, you do still go to the same levels, and yeah, sometimes do the same thing, but more often than not, it is a different game with each character. While I do know this is an updated version of the game, so the graphics are gonna look a little better, I was still really surprised to find this was a portable game. This looks, moves, and plays just as good as any of the console games. If I had one tiny nitpick, maybe the movement of the camera is a little off, but if you didn't tell me this was for a handheld console, I never would have put that together. The gameplay for the most part is really, really good. It's very good early on, holding your hand and showing what each button does and the combos and how to use magic and special moves. Honestly, out of all the games, this one I think I got the fastest in terms of how it operates. Mostly, again, we'll get to that in a second. Unlike something like Kingdom Hearts 3, where you can really use a variety of ways to get through the levels, you don't have to use a little bit of everything. If you just want to chop something up, you can. If you just want to use magic, you can. This one does require you to mix things up a little bit, and for the most part, it works organically. I found an area I really had trouble with was in this Coliseum, where there was a time limit just to take out these little henchmen, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't get it in the amount of time that was in the time limit. Luckily, there was a store outside, and I went to see what made the most sense to buy to get rid of these characters in the time limit. Chat definitely helped out a lot with that too. So there is a little bit of deduction not only about what moves you have to make, but what special powers you have to purchase too. With that said, as I discovered, you have to build up your HP and you have to meld stuff. Now, melding is something I didn't fully understand, but thankfully my moderator, Heather, had a better understanding of it and went online and found all the things to meld in order to really help me out to get stronger strength, healing, and a lot of other cool add-ons. But she was on vacation for a few weeks, and when I started Aqua's level, I didn't do any of that. So when I got to the same point in the Coliseum, even if I bought the thing that's supposed to help, I couldn't get in the time limit. I asked chat, what do I do? And all of them said, you just gotta go back to other worlds and build up your experience. I hate this. I know it's a common thing in these games to go grind away at henchmen and minions and just build up everything, but I just don't have the patience for it, and it took something like an hour to finally build it all up. So again, I guess it just depends on your style. If you're cool just going to other places and taking out henchmen and building up gems and HP and stuff like that, there's plenty of that here. But if you're like me and impatient as hell, definitely look up melding in this game. It will save you a lot of time. There's some debate on what order to play these. I played it Terra, Ventus, and Aqua. And that did make sense, but I'd be lying if I said playing Ventus and Aqua wouldn't have been more interesting if I didn't know Terra's story yet. And yes, I play Kingdom Hearts 3, I know how it's all gonna turn out, but I'm imagining if I didn't know Terra's story, would I be looking at him differently? Would I be like, well, is he good or bad? What's the character I'm dealing with exactly? But if I did play it in a different order, I'd get different information at different times too that would definitely alter the way I see the story. And again, this is coming from a guy who knows what happens, but I don't know the details of it. On top of that, Aqua is probably the toughest one to play, so it does make sense to save her for last. I don't know, the order I played in was fine, but whenever they're talking about if Terra's good or bad, there is something underwhelming just going in already knowing the answer if you already played him. On that note, the acting in this is pretty good for most of them. Leonard Nimoy sounds really great, and it's great hearing Haley Joel Osment as Vanitas. He's just having a great time. But Terra and Aqua are rough. Okay, Aqua about 50% of the time is working fine. You kind of get she'd have a little bit of an underreaction to some of these things. That's just kind of her character, but yes, there's definitely moments that are too flat. Terra, most of the time, just isn't working. He is so disinterested in what's going on, and a part of me gets what they're trying to go for. He's trying to be brooding and quiet and like keeps to himself. I understand that, but there's still a way you can do that convincingly, and it doesn't work in this.
I do remember someone leaving the castle.
Thanks. You're apparently not a very good liar.
Well, you're not a very good actor.
Who are you?
Aren't you startled?
What kind of question is that? Now, with that said, everybody does get better as the games go on. I remember him sounding great in some of the other games, and Aqua and everyone else. It balances out. But yeah, I'm waiting for him to talk about how he doesn't like sand at any minute. Like the other games, there's a pretty good variety of what you have to do in this. Sometimes you're big, sometimes you're small, sometimes you're flying a little spaceship around. And the difficulty always felt right. On this one, I played it on standard, and people were like, are you sure, man? It can be tricky. And again, the parts where I struggled the most was just trying to figure out what moves to buy or magic to utilize. Little things like that you can figure out, and yeah, it goes faster with melding, but you can also just build it up taking out enemies too. I should also say a lot of people said even if you play the 3 games, there is more. There's one more secret level. Actually, there is a couple secret levels, but everyone said there's one you really should play in order to get kind of the secret ending. And they were right. The secret ending has probably the most emotional stuff in the game, and it's the kind of emotion I really like, where yeah, it's a hint complicated, but they keep it really simple. Without giving away too much, there's a really great moment where a really young Sora just starts crying, and he doesn't know why. That really taps into something of just the extreme emotion of children, like sometimes you would do something unexpected and not exactly know why, and I think by Sora having this backstory to it, it's weirdly identifiable. Hell, even sometimes as adults you do stuff and you don't know why. I thought that was both a very deep and clever moment. So on the whole, yeah, I recommend it. I think it goes without saying you should probably play at least the first 2 Kingdom Hearts games before playing this, and yeah, probably do some research on the games that came before it if you don't want to play them all. But even if you got all the way to 3, this is still an interesting one to go back and experience. It's fun, it's imaginative, you have to utilize a lot in order to beat it, and it never gets too frustrating. It works out pretty good. Unlock this adventure and check it out for yourself. Okay, now we have dinosaurs. I don't know, where else is this series supposed to go? Ice Age: Dawn of the Dinosaurs is the 3rd in this film's franchise, and I will say this, they do get better with every one. I'm not gonna pretend that makes this a great movie, but it is probably the most cinematic. It looks the best, the storytelling and pacing is better, and it's easily the one I was the most invested in. We open again on that possum weasel trying to get an acorn, but this time he has competition. There's a special lady in his life now, and they literally share a love-hate relationship. Seeing the acorn as something to bring them together, or set them against each other. I remember this one vividly because when he takes the acorn and she starts crying over it, one guy in the theater shouted, "Don't do it!" And that always made me laugh. They're definitely a B story. Hell, it's not even really a story that ties into anything. You could cut it out and not miss anything. But they actually go with the main characters on the adventure. Like, the whole thing is them falling in love and fighting over this acorn while the real story is going on. So you don't have to keep cutting back to a different location, constantly interrupting the story. If anything, you kind of look forward to how are they going to keep working their way into it. They still got the biggest laughs. But the main story itself got a few laughs too. Sid the Sloth discovers 3 dinosaur eggs, they hatch open, and they of course think he's their mother, and he's more than happy to oblige. When the real mother comes looking for them though, she takes Sid, and it's up to Manny, Diego, and the pregnant Ellie to go and get him back. They discover there's a whole vast world of dinosaurs living under the ice, and a crazy hunter named Buck, voiced by Simon Pegg, shows them how to survive without going crazy, even though he himself has gone long crazy. While not every joke from this character works, about half of them are pretty damn funny. I really laughed hard at a few of these, particularly when he gets a phone call from a rock. And every once in a while he'll have a line that I swear Simon Pegg improvised on the spot.
Let me tell you about the time I used a sharpened clamshell to turn a T-Rex into a T-Rachel.
Everything about this film feels elevated. The story feels bigger, and everybody almost has shared screen time. There's a couple characters that at first I thought got a little bit of the shaft, like Diego and Ellie. Don't really have a ton to do in this one. That is, until the climax, where they cleverly put the two of them together so they can interact off each other, and then characters like Sid, who really took over the first third of the movie, are taken out of the picture for a while. I'm pretty sure this movie was shot in 3D, but I actually don't mean that as an insult to it. A lot of times when a movie is purposefully shot in 3D, they'll do a lot of things to show off and it gets really gimmicky and distracting, but in this, because the visual style has never been that great for these movies, I think it really helps keep it more visually interesting. Everything's kind of in the center of the frame and in focus, and there's a lot of action sequences and a lot of moments where they want to make you feel like you're flying around, and yeah, it actually turns out a pretty good time. It's kind of funny having a story that's a little bit more centered on the domestic lifestyle, like raising children and stuff like that, especially with Ray Romano as the lead, because, well, how can you not get flashbacks to Everybody Loves Raymond hearing this? Though I will admit, I kept getting flashbacks to Black Books as well, as I kept wanting to hear Simon Pegg say, "The hell, Manny!" With all that said, though, I will say I kind of thought this was all gonna build up to something a little bigger. That's not to say it didn't keep my interest and I didn't want to know where it was going, but this film was touching on stuff that, say, a Pixar film would touch upon. Like I said, becoming a parent and changing lifestyles and stuff that a lot of people can relate to, but in a Pixar film, it usually has a really satisfactory conclusion, like, wow, that all tied together really nice. In this, it just kind of ends, and I feel like nothing that major is learned, you know, just the obvious stuff that you learned maybe 10 minutes into the movie. I remember they're really building up this dinosaur called Rudy, and Simon Pegg has the story about how he took him down, and they're building up what he looks like, and you see his shadow, and what's the payoff gonna be? Well, he's just a dinosaur. That's it. There's like nothing else to it. I thought maybe he was gonna be really tiny, or maybe he was gonna be like the father of the little baby dinosaurs, just something, but there's not that much of a payoff. But I don't know, the way these movies go, I guess I'm happy that I got such a good setup. A setup that has a bunch of funny little payoffs in the middle. Like, I really love this running joke where in the last one, this creature with a shell is eaten up and another creature finds the shell and tries to sell it as a product, and this poor corpse of an animal is being used all over the place. Sure enough, the movie opens with the shell still being used. I don't know why, that just makes me laugh so hard. There's a lot of little payoffs like that I think makes up for the fact that there's not a lot of big payoffs. So yeah, while this is another Ice Age movie, I'll admit I'm not gonna think much about after I see it. I will admit it is the first one where I can say I legitimately had a good time. It had good energy, it had a lot of imagination, and I did care enough about the characters that I wanted to see what resolution they were gonna have. If you have kids and they like the other ones, I think they'll definitely like this one. And if you're an adult, I think I'd finally say, check this one out. It's got enough laughs to make it worth your while. After seeing Clone Wars, it only makes sense to watch its follow-up, Star Wars Rebels. It's made by the same people, has similar animation, and a lot of people say it's good. Are they right? Yeah, let's put in that category, I guess. Okay, it probably goes without saying, for me, this show runs the gamut in between being goddamn unbearable and having some of the best stuff I've ever seen in Star Wars. The story is pretty straightforward, honestly, maybe too straightforward. You can tell this is after Disney took over because, man, does it have Disney's signature all over the place. An Aladdin-looking street rat named Ezra, and yes, they do call him a street rat, is an orphan thief trying to find his place in the world, and seeing how he lives on a planet where the Empire has taken over, it's pretty difficult. However, he quickly makes friends with a kinda Jedi named Kaden, whose training wasn't complete because Order 66 happened, and he introduces Ezra to his team of, you guessed it, rebels. There's a Mandalorian named Sabine, their captain named Hera, their cynical muscle Zeb, and an annoying as shit trash can named Chopper. I hate this thing's voice. In fact, I'll be totally honest, I hated almost all of Season 1. I remember a lot of people telling me that I could skip Season 1 and 2 of Clone Wars, like it's so bad you shouldn't even watch it, and I actually thought it was alright. I got through it okay despite the problems. That is what this is for me. As soon as this show started, the tone, the dialogue, the acting, everything seemed different from Clone Wars. It's like Disney's prints were all over it and they want to do something different, the traditional Disney route. And don't get me wrong, I usually like the traditional Disney route. This actually focuses a lot more on character than story, but that's not how Clone Wars worked. Clone Wars had a ton of story going on because it was in the middle of a war and the characters came out through the story. That doesn't always work, but when it does, it's very effectively done. This is trying to do the safe route, and for me, it felt so generic, so manipulative, and just not well written or acted. There's only 2 characters I liked in Season 1. One was Zeb, I think just because he was a character who didn't want to be there and I could sympathize with that. And the other was Hera, who is the only character who figured things out the same time the audience did. Everyone else was like 5 steps behind and it was so painfully obvious. Also, there's something cool about her escaping a ship, which is a lunch tray and some good timing. I thought that was pretty badass. Aside from that, I couldn't stand these archetypes, and that really is what they were. Ezra is just the whiny brat who needs to be humbled and shown the way. Sabine is a good character when they go into her backstory, but outside of that, she's just the generic fighter. I don't remember anything about her except she's an artist. And sure, I'll be that guy. I hate her art. They look like stickers you put on Mario Kart racers. It does nothing for me. But funny enough, the character I hate the most is Kaden, and I guess that's like a lot of people's favorites, and I'll just say, I don't follow it. He should be really interesting. He has to teach Ezra how to use the Force, even though he hasn't had his training completed. But first off, the training goes super smooth. In fact, most of it's off-screen. And second, I'm not a Jedi, and I know half the stuff he doesn't know. I mean, he's supposed to be raised as a kid with this stuff, right? And he doesn't know what do or do not means? Unless you're Elizabeth Holmes, everybody understands what this means. But on top of that, he's so generically stoic, he's forgettable. And every single time they do something that's supposed to make him more interesting, it just makes me more angry. For example, there's one season where he loses his sight, and that's not a spoiler, it's literally in the advertising. Go to Disney Plus, it's right there, you can see he's blind. He just gives up because he loses his sight. And come on, again, I'm an outsider and I know that the Jedi can see without vision and stuff. Come on. And even when he's finally introduced to it, he suddenly sees better than when he did have his eyesight. There's one scene where Hera's flying the ship and it's all foggy and he's like, don't worry, I'll guide us. And there is nothing throughout the rest of the show that indicates he's blind. Okay, I love blind characters. Toph, Daredevil, I love them because they work within their limitations, but they do have limitations. This guy sees so well, I don't know why all the Jedi just don't take lightsabers to their eyes. They'll see 10 times better. But he got a laughably dumb haircut at the end of one of the seasons. Okay, I'm really railing on this guy too much. I know a lot of folks like him, but I think everyone's gonna have a character they hate the most in this show. For many, it's Ezra. For me, it's him. I'm sorry. In fact, in my opinion, you can just skip Season 1. I guess even people that really like the show don't like Season 1, and if you watch the first episode, it doesn't win you over. The rest is the same. I say just skip it. Season 2 on, however, is where it suddenly gets interesting. And yeah, I know I spent a lot of time really crapping on these characters, but they do get better. Put bluntly, the show is pretty good when it becomes Clone Wars again, and they literally bring in the same characters and voice actors from Clone Wars. Plus, they got James Earl Jones back as Darth Vader in this, and it is chilling to hear his voice suddenly talk to Ahsoka. It was like the merging of these two worlds that's supposed to be the same universe, but they were done so differently, and then suddenly they're coming together in a way that really makes sense and is beyond chilling. The stuff they do with Vader and Ahsoka is so good, they blatantly rip it off in Obi-Wan. I don't care what anyone says, this is a rip-off, a super die-hard rip-off, and Rebels did it a lot better. On top of Ahsoka and Vader, though, you also have a lot of the clones coming back. Darth Maul comes back. And everything with them is fantastic. It's like they get right back into the groove of doing all the great stuff that they did in Clone Wars. They're just instantly interesting. And slowly but surely that interesting does rub off on the rest of the characters. Like I said, Kaden never quite won me over, but he went from being dumb and annoying to tolerable, at least. It got to a point where, with the exception of maybe Chopper, I was on board enough to want to know enough what was gonna happen. It also seems like every season has something interesting that's introduced. In Season 1, it's the Inquisitors, and they get kind of cooler as it goes on. Season 3, it's this character called the Bendu. It's this guy who's not on the light side or dark side of the Force. He's perfectly in the middle, and he doesn't want to interact with anyone, yet he does. And the way he does is kind of interesting. He helps out Kaden, but then later, he's kind of throwing lightning bolts at everybody to go away, and it all kind of checked out. He was maybe the most interesting character in the series. And the fourth season, without going into too much detail, is this portal where you can kind of go through time and interact with history a little bit, but there's a lot of complications along the way that obviously create a lot of interesting character dilemmas. But like I said before, every season has one really interesting thing. All the other stuff is either bad, like in Season 1, or just by the numbers. I remember I was really excited to see Admiral Thrawn was in this show. Oh my god, I remember reading about him in the books, and he was such a great villain. He was kind of like a quiet but psychotic General Patton. I was so excited to see him finally, like, in anything Star Wars that was moving. I didn't have to just read about him. I mean, okay, you had TIE Fighter, and yeah, even that was kind of cool. I'm sorry, I really like this character. But here, he's just another villain. He tries a plan, it doesn't work, but we don't even get the thrill of him getting angry. He just kind of smiles like, oh, it's all part of my plan, and talks like he's Dracula for some reason. And it's really not until the very end that he actually does something intimidating. The rest of the time, he's just a throwaway villain, and that was really disappointing for me. What they eventually do with Darth Maul is kind of underwhelming. Again, I'll try not to go into too much detail, but I think they're focusing on the preciseness of this fight that's gonna happen, kind of like Samurais, how it's the very subtle movements that's gonna win a battle. But look at all the air battles in Star Wars. That's not how it works. They jump around and do flips and kicks and all that cool stuff, and Darth Maul was probably the best of them. Suddenly now, with no explanation, it's about the preciseness of the moves? I could buy this if they did it like the movie Hero, where you understand, wow, just in one movement this person could be dead, so we gotta watch our tracks, but they never do that. It's a strange show where sometimes they'll introduce something that is so mind-blowing, but then leave out what seems like obvious stuff not to leave out. But I will admit, by the time it got to the finale, and it did have kind of an open ending, a little bit of a to be continued, I did want to know where everybody turned up. And it looks like some of the other shows are going to answer those questions down the line. So look, if you love this show and you love these characters, I get it, I understand. There's a lot of great stuff in this series. And like I said, I can't even say I really dislike it. There's just too much to enjoy, and so much that's fascinating about it, and again, adds to the world of Star Wars. But I can't ignore I had to sit through a really annoying Season 1 and a lot of filler in the other episodes. But what am I supposed to say? Don't watch this if you're a Star Wars fan? That'd be insane. There's way too many good scenes in here. There's way too many incredible moments where I got like butterflies in my stomach again. True, most of it was around the Clone Wars stuff, but there were some things with the characters that did kind of pull me in as well eventually. I know there's a lot of people that love it, and I do see why. I understand. Like I said, there's lots of parts of this show that I love too. I'm glad I saw it. But even the most diehard fan can say it's inconsistent, and the inconsistencies just wore on me after a while. Actually, it wore on me almost instantly. Like I said, this is just kind of how I am. Something about these inconsistencies kind of irked me in a way that maybe they didn't irk you. But it's not a bad show. Like I said, I think it has some of the best stuff in Star Wars in it. It's just getting to it sometimes can be requiring a lot of patience. It may not be perfect, but like I said, if you're a Star Wars fan, it's definitely required viewing. Alright, here we go. Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. A movie that had, I'll just say, probably the best trailer of the year. I got goosebumps watching this trailer, so I was mad excited to watch this flick, and man oh man, I thought it was good. Yeah, sorry to be that a-hole again, but much like the first movie, I thought it was good, it was very impressive, but it just didn't connect with me the way it connects with a lot of other audiences. But again, with that said, it is good. I actually think it does a lot of things in this better than the first one, and some things a little weaker. I'll give you a heads up, this is gonna be a spoiler review. If you want to see my thoughts on it without any spoilers, go ahead and see my Doug Reviews video on it. So you've been warned. If you don't want to know who Black Panther is yet in this and you want to discover it for yourself, go see the flick first. With that said, goddammit, I wish the General was Black Panther. I know everything was kind of pointing to Shuri being the Black Panther, and yes, that makes sense, she's the sister, and I hear that's what happened in the comic, it all checks out, but come on, Okoye is just so damn cool. However, I do buy her being a ruler. I kind of like this journey is very much trying to figure out how to be more diplomatic and figure out peace talks and reasoning with other sides and everything. That makes sense. I actually think that was done a lot better here than in the first Black Panther. In the first Black Panther, it feels more of like a physical struggle, like, you know, being the fighter and taking on pain and stuff like that. And yeah, there is definitely the diplomacy part too, but their future's decided by a big duel. Clearly the physical aspect is the big focus. Here, it's switched. You see her really talking with the villain, Namor, who is a really good villain. You see how his kingdom works and what he's all about, and she's kind of trying to see if she can find a middle ground or some sort of peaceful alternative, and yeah, it works, it really does. But then being pushed physically isn't addressed, and I think that's also part of Black Panther. I like that she figures out how to make that, I don't know, Black Panther juice, whatever the hell it's called, that actually turns you into this super strong character. Though seriously, what are the limits in these movies? She is literally impaled and Namor is burned alive. Can these characters die or not? But Shuri's journey is not a bad one, and honestly, given everything that's happened off-screen behind the scenes with Chadwick Boseman passing away and everything, it's amazing they made this movie as good as they did, and I can't imagine the pressure on this actress to take over that mantle. She's got a lot riding on her shoulders, and she rides it out pretty well. But yes, much like I said in the first Black Panther, I do think the weakest part of this Black Panther movie is Black Panther. The side characters, once again, are so much more interesting. I'm sure everyone has said Angela Bassett just knocks her performance out of the park, and they're right, she's fantastic. Namor is a great villain, though I'm sorry, I cannot take those little wings on his feet seriously. That's just too hilarious. I'm sorry, that never worked for me. But his backstory, environment, and especially his performance really does make us sympathize with him. To a point where I really do find it disappointing that his plan is pretty much every other Marvel plan. Destroy most of humanity because they suck and make the world a better place because of it. And yes, while it's explained why he would see things that way and how this plan came to be, with Killmonger, I just felt where he was coming from. Everything from his performance to how he talked to what he said, I felt it 100%. Here, I see it. I see what he's talking about, but I don't feel it. Either because this plan has been done so many times in other Marvel movies, or because the film is juggling a lot. There's a lot of characters and ideas introduced in this, and a lot of them are very interesting, but other times it feels like they are fighting for room. Again, there's pros and cons in this. Every time either an older character or a newer character would be introduced, I always say to myself, oh, maybe she's gonna be Black Panther, and it started to mix it up a little bit to where it wasn't 100% predictable. But they can also be inconsistent. Martin Freeman is almost pointless to the story, and good God, Julia Louis-Dreyfus is painfully unfunny when she's trying to be funny. The irony is, when she's not trying to be funny, she's actually doing a pretty good job. I actually would love to know more about this character when, you know, they're not forcing in those tired Marvel jokes, which, yeah, there's not many in this, and they're not the worst, but you could just sense a producer saying, too heavy, add joke here. They don't do it a lot, it's not Thor Love and Thunder, but it does stand out sometimes. The action and effects, good God, are so much better than the first one. I feel like they took the budget of making Wakanda look good in the first one, which, by the way, you don't see a ton of Wakanda in this, and it doesn't really look that flashy when you do see it, but again, that could be because I think they put all that money into the action sequences. They heard people talking about it, and they said, okay, let's really work on these coming across as really big and really epic, and it does work. I was much more invested in the fighting in this, not just for the choreography and the effects, but also the ideas behind it. These underwater characters are a pretty good threat. It probably goes without saying the tributes to Black Panther and Chadwick Boseman are both really well done, and they do make it clear there is a difference. When they're doing the funeral in the opening, that's saying goodbye to Black Panther. When you see his image all throughout the Marvel logo, that's saying goodbye to Chadwick Boseman. And then at the end when she closes her eyes and thinks about him, that's a tribute to both. But even with that, as you're feeling that great loss, and man, the funeral is so heavy and everything, you suddenly gotta go through it again with Angela Bassett's character. And yes, I understand why they did it. They want Shuri to be the leader and step up, though does she at the end? I'm still a little confused how that worked out. I know she's Black Panther, but is she still ruling? I didn't quite follow that. But you know what I mean, we already had some big emotional goodbyes and funeral scenes, and then we have another big emotional goodbye and funeral scene. I'm sure they couldn't think of a way out of it, and yes, it is impressive we got this well-made movie, as well-made as it is given everything that happened in real life. But that stuff is a tad noticeable and does get in the way a little bit. But like I said, it is a little bit. I still think this is a very emotional, very entertaining movie. It just doesn't speak to me like I think it speaks to a lot of other people, and to be fair, I don't think it's supposed to. I thought the first Black Panther movie was good, but not great. I had some issues with it. But there's people that really connect with it on different levels, and yeah, I get that, and go ahead, keep doing it. It's a good film to connect with. For me, I see them as decent, impressive films, and again, kind of for different reasons. Some parts excel better than the last one, and some parts come up a little short, but nothing's really super damaging. They both have very powerful emotional moments that are trying to evolve what the Marvel formula is, and I really admire them for that. But what'd you think? Did you think it was better than the first film? Do you think it doesn't hold a candle to the first film? Or do you just admire it for pulling off as much as it did, given everything that's happened in the real world? Let me know your comments below, and I'll see you next time in Wakanda. So I'm kinda cheating again here, which if you've watched my Disney Decembers, you know you should be used to that by now. Fantastic Mr. Fox is indeed a Fox movie, but it was made before Disney bought the company, and I'm not gonna lie, when I saw the trailers, it didn't really impress me. Not that the animation style didn't look good or that I wasn't a fan of Roald Dahl, but there was just something about that time and place where I was starting to get sick of Wes Anderson. And I know you know what I'm talking about. He's that filmmaker you like, but there's a part of you that doesn't want to like him. Because he does the same stuff over and over, and it does feel manipulatively formulaic after a while. With that said, I will admit, I've never seen a bad Wes Anderson film. I haven't seen them all, like Life Aquatic or Isle of Dogs, but seeing this film not only makes me want to go check those out, it makes me want to look at all his films again. I always liked his movies, but this one bizarrely made me appreciate his films in an entirely new way. I know that sounds really weird, especially if you haven't seen this flick, but let me go into more detail. Mr. Fox, played by George Clooney, understandably loves to steal chickens and geese and ducks from these three farmers. To him, it isn't just about survival, it gives him a legit thrill. Trying to break in with Mrs. Fox, played by Meryl Streep, they get trapped, she reveals she's pregnant, and she makes him promise that if they get out of this, his risk-taking days are over. He has to think about his family. They get out, she gives birth, and for a while, that's exactly what he does. He lives in a safe foxhole, his son is born, he starts to grow up, he takes on a boring job, and as you would imagine, he gets really bored by it. While doing all this, he's also looking to move into a really nice tree, take in his nephew Kristofferson, who doesn't get along with his son Ash, or at least Ash doesn't get along with him, and avoid the vengeful farmers who are not very happy he's back to his old ways. Okay, so this doesn't sound like that complex a story, and on the surface it isn't. There's a lot of familiar notes here, wanting to relive the good old days, two kids that are trying to get along, trying to keep something from your significant other, a best friend constantly saying he should know better, getting in over your head, and eventually coming to grips with reality and smoothing things over, getting out of that predicament. There's two things, though, that really does make this film unique. One, as you can clearly see, is the animation style. We've seen stop motion before, but this particular style, the way the little hairs move all the time, which you know is because the puppeteer's fingers get on them, but every time you see him move, you feel the dedication, you feel the hard work, it's really there. Something about feeling that effort literally in every frame makes them feel so much more alive. I'm sure computers were used once or twice in this too, but I think the idea is that everything you see is man-made, and the computer usually just lay those man-made things on top of each other, like there's a few layers to it. But everything you're looking at physically looks like it's really there. But as you can tell, it's not exactly a Pixar film. They're not going to have these grand sweeping landscapes, so what do? They work within their limitations and make it really stylized. I mean, look at this. This is clearly just kind of a flat image, but there are some elements that really stand out as 3D, and it just looks beautiful. This style is perfect for this type of writing, because you know Wes Anderson's writing, they're always very dry and bleak and blunt. There's a lot of comedy in Wes Anderson films, but there's not always a lot of smiling. Everything's kind of said in this deadpan way. Yet the characters still strangely have a humanity to them. So the small, subtle reactions on these puppets actually do go a long way. Even with a lot of zany slapstick stuff going on, but it never feels too cartoony or over the top. It's balanced out just the right way. The other thing that really makes this film so special is the way it's told. I have no idea what the original Roald Dahl book was like. I get the feeling they're hitting the bullet points, but I just got an inkling it was a different style and a different way of speaking. This has that adult Wes Anderson writing, but it bizarrely works as a family film. I think kids are gonna like kind of the weird way these characters look and talk and the strange atmosphere, and yeah, again, the more cartoony moments with the slapstick. But then I think adults are really gonna relate to the fact that they talk adult, but they're animals. And what I mean by that is, this opened up my eyes to what Wes Anderson films really are. A study of one's nature versus one's compulsions. Somebody just straight up asked Mr. Fox, why do you do what you do? Why do you risk your life, your family's life, all of this? And he straight up says, because I'm a wild animal. And he's right. But at the same time, you know he can also evolve and change. How much of what he naturally is should he shut out, and how much should he hold on to? Is it right to oppress it? Should he just give into it? Is it a little bit of both? Is it an entirely different answer? Having these creatures talk in such an adult, mature way, but still have this very simple setup, and they're these cute, cuddly little animals, in a strange way kind of makes his point even better than something like Rushmore or Royal Tenenbaums. You just get so much faster where these characters are coming from, because they are wild animals. And it does lead to some very legit emotional moments. Again, you always have those scenarios where one kid doesn't get along with another and they always kind of fight, and there's one scene where, like, the nephew visiting has a family member who might not live, and the son is telling him, no, you sleep on the ground, don't be anywhere near me, and he starts to cry. The son climbs down, he just turns on this little model train, and they just kind of watch it. No dialogue, no nothing. And it's exactly what the scene needs. It is so effective. It knows when to use clever dialogue and also when not to use it. I feel like I can relate to every single character in this. Even the farmers, I know they're the villains, but their livelihood is being stolen from them. Yeah, I kind of see where they're coming from. I'm still rooting for Mr. Fox, but I relate to them. This movie works on so many levels, and I'm so happy that not only is there a Wes Anderson movie that works for adults, but also for kids. Because it is so different from what kids see, and I think will be kind of challenging because of that, but I think the simple story and the relatability will make kids want to watch it too, and then come back to it years later as an adult and relate to it in a completely different way. I'll just say it, this might be my favorite Wes Anderson movie. I know now why everybody was saying I should check it out, and critics were praising it, and why there's a Criterion version of it. It's overwritten at just the right moments it needs to be overwritten. It's simplified at just the right moments it needs to be simplified. It looks really complex, but also deceivingly simple at the same time. Yes, it's technically the same Wes Anderson stuff you're used to, just in animation with animals, but it's still done the best way it can be done. It's often dry and cold, but also heartfelt and poignant. Wild and zany, but also adult and mature. A run-of-the-mill Wes Anderson movie, but also somehow the best thing he's ever done. Yeah, for what I've seen, like I said, I guess I do have a few more films to check out. And not only do I want to see those, I honestly want to watch all his films again to see if I enjoy them more. And really, what higher praise can you give a movie? It literally changed the way I looked at all of an artist's work. I guess there's no other word to use to describe it, but fantastic. It's the show everyone was convinced they figured out the problem too. And yeah, me too, only I'm right. This is a series everyone seemed to enjoy talking about, and while I haven't seen anyone that hates it, I haven't seen anyone that really loves it either. Everyone really likes to dissect why this didn't work where Mandalorian did. And the number one reason everyone points out is it wasn't about Boba Fett. It was about the Mandalorian. Boba Fett is kind of a side character in what's essentially a Mandalorian show. I respectfully disagree. Well, yes, there are a couple episodes where Boba Fett just disappears and they focus on the Mandalorian. That only happens in 2 out of the 7 episodes. And yes, that is a fair chunk, but that's still the majority that Boba Fett is in. And while like a lot of you, I didn't hate this show, I also like talking about what the issues are, and my thought is, it's 2 things. One might be an unpopular opinion. From day one, I never got why Boba Fett was supposed to be interesting. He's a bounty hunter that turns him in an empire, and for some reason, everyone lost their minds about this character. I never followed it. He's not bad or anything, but why give him all this praise? Why say we want a show about this guy? We want to find out more. It never clicked with me. Even when they did try to give him more in the prequels, it was still unsatisfactory. But again, that's the prequels. That's kind of what they specialized in. The only time he was kind of interesting was in the Clone Wars, where they focused a little bit on him in a few episodes when he was a kid. I thought they actually gave him some interesting dilemmas and character traits, and he worked okay there. But when people saw him take Jabba's throne at the end of one of the Mandalorian seasons, everybody lost their minds. The Book of Boba Fett, oh my god, he's finally gonna be delved into. We're gonna learn all these things about him, and yeah, that looked cool, but we already got a Boba Fett show, and it was Mandalorian. Mandalorian knew what to keep secret and what information to give us about him that kept him interesting. They told us just what we needed to know to keep us on board, and we did get a real character out of him. I know enough about his backstory, I know enough about what he wants, I know enough about who he cares for. I don't really know much about Boba Fett. And maybe that's why people liked him. They like to put their own theoretical backstories to him and what his origin is and all that stuff and all the adventures and so forth. But I don't know the personality of this guy. I don't know what he wants. Even when I do know his backstory, that doesn't explain too much of what he is as an adult. When they do all this visual storytelling with him and the Sand People, like, this is stuff I usually love because there's not much talking and you kind of got to get across a lot of emotion and thought and processing without much talking. But look at the Sand People. You can't really see anything of their faces, and this guy, I guess his whole thing is he doesn't emote much, so why would that be interesting? Everyone likes the mystery around the Mandalorian and how little they know about him, but they do know a little. They know the important things. The important things about Boba Fett are not given to us. All I got out of him is he wants to be a good leader, but I don't really know why. I guess I could follow the jump from childhood to him wanting to be a bounty hunter. It's not great, but I follow it enough. I don't get the jump from being bounty hunter, being eaten by monster, to wanting to run a town as a kinda mafia boss. If anything, he wants to take the mafia part out of it. He doesn't really want to be a criminal. Okay, cool, but why? What happened there? I guess he had a thing with the Sand People, but emotionally, I just couldn't connect because I couldn't read half of their reactions. The other thing I think a lot of people overlook is that there's not a clear villain. If anything, there's too many villains in this, and then they just abandon them. You have the 2 Hutts here. I'm kind of digging that. I haven't seen like a Hutt as a bad guy in a while. Now there's 2 of them, and they look like they have these great personalities. I'm totally on board. Well, screw it. They're good guys now, and now it's gonna be this Wookiee who looks really badass, and man, it looks like he really wants revenge, and he's a good guy now. oh, there's these like Battlestar Galactica robots that are gonna take over the town. Okay, they look bad, let's get rid of them. And no, they're not really the focus either. It's that dude from Clone Wars. Holy shit, he's here in the last 2 or 3 episodes? I feel like I could get behind this guy a lot more if there was one clear threat he was going against. And not only is there not a clear threat, but literally everything is left behind in, as everybody's pointed out, 2 episodes that have nothing to do with Boba Fett. It only focuses on the Mandalorian and Grogu. And granted, those episodes are pretty cool. I really like seeing this kind of evolve, and I like sort of the changes that happened for the most part. I don't know if I like Grogu, what he does at the end. I don't know, didn't we already have a good ending with him? But the effects on Luke Skywalker were a lot better. The mouth is still a little odd, but it's really come a long way. And yeah, if only they could get that voice technology down, yeah, that was pretty distracting and weird. Honestly, the majority of that episode with Luke and Ahsoka did not need to happen. But alright, like a lot of people say, this is not a terrible show. It still has a pretty good atmosphere. The characters they do introduce are cool. I just wish they focused on them a lot more. I can see why they worked Ming-Na Wen into this show, because she's really the one that does the majority of ass-kicking in it. A lot of the monsters are neat, and the action sequences are a lot of fun, and I don't know, it's pretty hard to dislike this show because it still has a lot of what made Mandalorian so interesting. But yes, isn't it funny how Mandalorian was trying to be Boba Fett and now Boba Fett is trying to be Mandalorian? I feel like a lot of the show is kind of searching for an identity, and it has an idea. Again, it kind of knows it's in that Mandalorian vein, but it doesn't have it 100% figured out yet. And yes, you could argue that's the idea of the show. He's looking for a place to call his own and his identity and so forth, but I never feel like he finds it, and his journey to find it is a little too complicated. Honestly, it could have been a lot more simple. Just little changes, like maybe we do see the Sand People without the masks, or maybe we find out something about Boba Fett maybe we didn't know before. Maybe it is just one story we focus on. I remember a long time ago they were saying they were gonna make like a Mos Eisley show, and everyone's like, oh my god, that sounds so stupid, and I was totally on board with that. I like the idea of kind of like a Star Wars Sin City, where there's all this like crime going on, and the mafia bosses, and the Hutts, and the so forth. And for a while, I started to get that. It was kind of like the Star Wars Sopranos, but then they had to throw in all this art stuff because, I don't know, Star Wars, is this what you people want? We're not sure, we're just kind of trying to figure it out ourselves, and that's not as much fun. I give it credit for throwing a lot at us, but it does throw a lot at us, and really we don't need that much. As of now, I don't know if they're gonna do a season 2 of this. That's one of the reasons I was doing this. It kind of looks like they're not going to. But when everyone's watching this show and afterwards saying, oh man, I can't wait for Mandalorian Season 3, that probably means Book of Boba Fett didn't leave that big an impact. Robots, it's a very frustrating film. Not because it's even that bad. When I saw the trailer, I remember thinking to myself, oh, this just looks like another generic, forgettable kids film. But for the first 10-15 minutes or so, it actually tricked me into thinking it was gonna be really great. It opens with a robot in this very inventive-looking robot land shouting, I'm gonna be a father! And then he goes home to his wife and she says, oh, I'm sorry you missed the delivery, but making the baby is the most fun. And she holds up a kit. That got me laughing really hard. And the jokes that followed were just as funny and inventive. The son is given hand-me-downs. Literally, they're hand-me-down parts. That's how they grow. They just change parts. The father has a job as a dishwasher. Literally, he's the dishwasher at a restaurant. And sometimes he brings his work home with him. He's still washing dishes while watching TV. When he goes to the train station, he hears that staticky voice over the intercom and he asks for directions. It turns out that's just the robot's voice. This is really funny. I didn't think there were that many jokes you could do with robots. I mean, yeah, okay, I watch Futurama, there can be some good ones, but man, this is like Addams Family writing just with machines, and it's actually pretty inventive. When the main character goes to the big city. The big city is also super creative. I love the way this place looks. I guess when this movie came out, they showed it on IMAX, and goddamn, I'm kind of kicking myself for not seeing it on there, because I think this would have looked very, very impressive. I love the way they travel. I love all the little mechanisms and gears that all connect together. It's fun, it's silly, it's visually impressive, and it does take advantage of its concept. But then we're introduced to the plot, and yeah, it turns into that generic kids movie I thought it was gonna be. There is a good laugh here and there, and sometimes an inventive moment, but sadly, it gets pretty dull pretty fast. We center around Rodney, played by Ewan McGregor, who, tell me if you've heard this one, is a bit of a goof-up inventor. Yeah, all his inventions don't always work, but gosh darn it, he just has the best heart and wants to make it big. So he goes to the big city where he runs across another robot named Fender, played by Robin Williams, who tries to help him on his journey, but oh no, the place where he wanted to be an inventor at, it's taken over by an evil businessman played by Greg Kinnear. One of the higher-ups, played by Halle Berry, doesn't like the way things are being done anymore because it doesn't keep in the tradition of what the original boss wanted, played by Mel Brooks. They'll spawn a romance together despite having no chemistry whatsoever. Seriously, there's a scene where one character confuses them for boyfriend and girlfriend. They're like, oh, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm like, yeah, you're right. There's been no indication that you are whatsoever. And we're introduced to a bunch of rascal side characters that you'll probably forget about one day after seeing this. I know I did. I'll give the film credit, it's very obvious whoever made this had like 5 specific scenes in mind and then just had to write a movie around the rest. It kind of reminds me of the movie Toys that way, like visually it's amazing and it has some cool ideas, but they never really got much of a story down. But Toys did have a lot of impressive stuff in it, and yeah, this kind of does too. The design of these robots and this entire world is very ambitious. Looking at kind of reminds me of watching the Transformers change into something else. Like, yeah, it's busy, but you kind of know if you watch really close, all the gears would probably connect perfectly and move in the way they're supposed to move. I do love how everything looks like it connects in a way that it would function. I feel like there's a little bit of a gentrification commentary going on here that actually is a little clever. The big bad businessman wants to make it more difficult for poorer neighborhoods to get upgrades. Because that's the way they work. They'll rust, the parts will get old, and eventually they won't be able to work anymore. It isn't lifespan they function by, it's mileage. So they'll run out of miles. But he wants to make it where you can only get new and improved parts that are far more expensive. But Rodney, being an inventor, finds scrap metal all over the place to help out all these robots that can't afford that. Again, that's kind of a clever idea. But beyond that, there is so little that's memorable. McGregor is usually a great actor, and yeah, I'm not gonna act like he gives a bad performance here, but it's very much on the same level as that cat from Cats Don't Dance, or Flick from Bug's Life, or you know the character, he's just generically nice. He's optimistic and hopeful and gets chewed up by the real world, but gosh darn it, his strong heart wins him open, and if you have friends, you have the real answer, blah 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 blah. It is so not memorable. The only time I really feel something for him is whenever he's talking to his parents, played by Diane Wiest and Stanley Tucci. Something about the three of them really have chemistry. I feel that family connection is one of the few moments I get actual emotion out of the movie. Robin Williams, sadly, kinda gets on my nerves in this. I think they're trying to do a combination of his characters from Aladdin and The Fisher King, but those movies knew how to utilize him a lot better. He knew how to bring a certain amount of energy to those roles that enhanced the performance. Here, I feel like everything comes to a standstill so he can just do his shtick. And sometimes it is funny, like the idea is he keeps falling apart and when his arms fall off he says, oh no, they're arm wrestling. That's a good bit, and there are moments like that. But he'll randomly just scream and yell and shout catchphrases and do silly voices and, I don't know, in Aladdin and Fisher King it seemed in character. Here, it just feels like he's being loud because the director tells him to be loud. Even those hilarious jokes from the beginning that were making me laugh so hard, they really take some major downgrades, like the introduction of Aunt Fanny. She has, you guessed it, a big butt. She's made up of, you guessed it, big butt jokes. She's really artsy-fartsy. We like the artsy, but not so much the fartsy. Oh, Christ. Yeah, there's a lot of jokes like that. But here's the thing, when the film is good, it is legitimately really funny and inventive. When it's bad, it's just mildly annoying. It does still have some inventive visuals from time to time, and some bizarre casting choices like Paul Giamatti as this high-pitched doorman, or Jim Broadbent as the mother of the villain. These are pretty out there choices. It's a film I think kids could watch fine, it could entertain them for a bit, and yeah, I think they're gonna like seeing a bunch of movement and gizmos and things connecting to other things and bouncing around, and I think it'll be fine for them. For adults, which again, I do think this film is trying to hit, it works sometimes, but not most of the time. Definitely not enough to make me say I'm glad I saw this. But at the risk of sounding painfully obvious, if you enjoy robots, you're going to enjoy robots. I think you know what I mean. If you like seeing gears and mechanisms move, and you like seeing people construct things, and these kind of mousetrap worlds where one thing leads to another in a goofy way, I think you'll have a good time watching this. You'll get past the standard story and characters and enjoy the creativity. I like robots fine, but I'm not really that obsessed with them, so it didn't win me over that much. So yeah, not a super negative review, but I wouldn't call it a positive one either. It did have some good moments, but definitely needs some tune-ups. One of my favorite movies in the MCU is Guardians of the Galaxy 2. I've actually really grown to love these characters. So as you can imagine, I was really excited to play Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy on PS4. And in short, it's pretty damn good. I was really impressed with how this game captured the voice, comedy, and even drama of those movies, yet it still is its own unique thing. Yes, there's a lot of callbacks to the film, but the film is also based on the comics series, and yeah, that's really where this is taking a lot of its material, even though, yes, the voice acting is eerily similar to the movies. I don't see that as a disadvantage. I felt like I was just fighting all these weird aliens and beasts and whatever with the Guardians of the Galaxy from the movie. Even though this technically isn't the movie universe, you can tell it borrows a lot from it, the same way, say, the Arkham games borrow a lot from the Batman movies and the animated series. They blend together and really capture the essence of what I enjoy about them so much. The story, as you'd imagine, is very complicated, so yeah, I'll try my best to sum it up, as there are a lot of side quests in this, as again, you would probably expect. The Guardians of the Galaxy are once again not doing the best job guarding the galaxy, as they're always in trouble and they have this giant debt they need to pay off. When Star-Lord is captured by an old flame, he finds he's being put in custody by her little daughter. I give credit, this game immediately introduces the idea that he's probably her dad. I feel like a lot of other games and even movies would take forever to put that together, but almost instantly, it's brought up. The Guardians try to find a way to pay off their debt, while of course hatching all sorts of schemes and side missions, but one of those schemes involves taking on a giant evil cult whose energy power is, get this, faith-based. That's a really inventive idea. As you'd imagine, this faith-based energy is being harnessed by this cult, to a point where even the most powerful beings in the universe who supposedly have control over everything are having trouble keeping control of it. Obviously, it's up to the Guardians to find a way to stop this cult while also trying not to be sucked into it themselves. I guess I'll talk more about the story and character elements first before I get into the actual gameplay. All the actors in this have a similar sound and acting style to the people in the movies, but it never feels like a straight-on ripoff. It feels like it's really trying to give you the experience of going on these missions with the Guardians of the Galaxy, and so much of that works because the writing and acting of these characters feels so authentic. I legit love hearing the banter between all these characters, and I love too that not only can you interact with them, but the way you interact with them can affect the gameplay later. Without going into too much detail, if you make choices that try to pull them together as a team, you'll fight better as a team. If you make more choices that are putting them down and trying to separate everybody, well, you'll have to do a lot of fighting on your own. If you don't help somebody out, they won't help you out later. But what's so great about that is, some people might prefer that. There's a lot of people that like the challenge of taking on a lot more enemies and want to go in guns a-blazing on their own, and I think that's kind of cool that you have the option. And it's not something that affects the story right away. There might be a character that you say maybe keep them out or include them in, and they may not have any interactions until like 5 missions later. I think that is really clever storytelling that uniquely ties into what only a game can do. But I will say a lot of what the characters have to go through are interesting, but nothing really that new. There's a lot of stuff about choices that people have to make and an interesting fantasy being introduced where maybe the choices they made were different and they have their happily ever after and they have to make a choice whether or not they should take that or not. And it's all very effectively done with characters you really enjoy, but it is familiar. I can't think of anything challenging in this game that I can say, wow, that was new. I haven't seen that before. It's something that you can pick out from a lot of other games, and again, other movies and series for that matter. But it's still with these characters you really like, and if it's done well, I don't have a problem with it. Not every game has to be Last of Us or BioShock. The worlds in this game are so much fun to look at. I think if I had one gripe, I would say maybe I wish they got a few different designers. All of them start to have a similar look. But on that note, it's a look I never thought I would get into. There's kind of this Tetris blocky feel that a lot of these worlds have that, I don't know, if you told me about, I think that'd be kind of lame, but they really utilize it in a creative way to a point where I'm like, wow, maybe I should play Minecraft at some point. I never knew blocks could be made so interesting. But it doesn't all look like that either. Some levels are supposed to look gooey and gross, look appropriately disgusting. Dingy but technologically advanced marketplaces look appropriately scuzzy but still impressive. And it does look alien. It looks like something from another universe. There is structure to it, but it still looks very, very foreign and very new. Yes, there's callbacks to similar designs, but it really feels like you're in a different world, like they take those designs and they use it in a different way. I will admit though, I played this on PS4 and you can definitely tell this was made for PS5. There are times where you can tell they had to cut corners on some of the hair textures, and while there really weren't that many glitches, when they did pop up, they were enjoyably distracting. Also, this is totally just a nitpick. There's one scene in the game where somebody says to Star-Lord, "Aren't you a little old for that haircut?" They're right. I don't like that haircut on him. Not to say this haircut can't look good on other people, but this is a dude from the 80s. He has an 80s jacket. He's wearing 80s merchandise. He walks around with a friggin' Walkman. What the hell is he doing with this haircut? It doesn't make sense. I'm not saying this dude has to have a mullet or anything, but nothing about him indicates he would want this modern hairstyle. He would want something more retro. Again, it's a total nitpick. The gameplay itself is also really, really fun. Of course, there's a variety of moves and guns that you get as you progress through the game. A lot of them have different powers and techniques, but maybe the most fun thing is you can use the Guardians to help you in the fight. And it isn't like one Guardian just does one thing. There's a variety of different options you can choose from. And of course, as you progress, you get more of them. On that note, and this is probably just a me thing, if you have a very distinct way of fighting, there are some moments where they change it up very quickly and you really have to change your muscle memory. I was really used to circling around an enemy and using the Guardians all the time, but there is a level where you have to constantly change guns in order to take down these other enemies, and the other times where you've had to change guns was, well, a lot slower and laid back. Like, oh, you have to open this wall. Well, why don't you choose this gun with this button that you don't use that often? Suddenly near the end, they drop you in a situation where a ton of these enemies you have to use these different guns on, and I just couldn't train my fingers to do it. I finally just made a run for it using every other option I could because I just died too many times and I couldn't adapt. Now, I didn't have to change the difficulty setting or anything. I played on normal the whole time, but I'd say it's the one part of the game that legit started to get frustrating to me. Everything else, no matter how difficult it got, always felt like it could be accomplished. And yeah, I did kind of like the moments where there was a bit of a trick answer. Well, eventually. There was one level where there was a trick answer to get out of it. It kept repeating and you had to find a way out of it. And yeah, I couldn't figure it out. I finally had to ask somebody and the answer was very simple. So simple that it got me a little mad and I was like, no, that wasn't how it was before. They set it up this way. But no, it was an option that was always there and I didn't put it together. And it's gonna sound weird, I kinda like that it made me mad because I like trick questions with trick answers and it's not too often I can't figure it out, eventually. So the fact that this one had the answer right in plain sight and I couldn't quite get it kinda delighted me even though I was pissed off I couldn't figure it out. It's inventive, it mixes things up so you don't get bored doing the same thing over and over. The Guardians' abilities are fun, their chit-chat is fun, your weapons are fun, there's just a good fun variety to it. So yeah, if you're a fan of sci-fi shoot-'em-up games, or Marvel games, or clearly Guardians of the Galaxy, this is a good time. It's giving you everything you're expecting to get out of a game like this. Is there a little part of me that's wishing something a little different or more risky was done in parts? Sure, but I really should appreciate the hard work that went into making and also understanding this series. You really do feel like you're fighting alongside the Guardians, and how can you pretend that isn't a really fun and exciting experience? Plug in your 8-track and check it out for yourself. So for the longest time, I avoided X-Men Evolution because I got the feeling it was trying to mix the X-Men comic and cartoon show with the X-Men movies. And I like the X-Men movies okay, but I thought they should stay there because, you know, they're trying to make it more adult and grounded, and that's not what I wanted out of X-Men. I of course love the adult themes, but I wanted to go big and epic, and that's not really what the movies were. They tried to be, but they were too busy saying yellow spandex was silly, so I guess we're gonna lean away from it being, you know, comic booky. Why would I want that on a comic book show? You get where I'm coming from. But after a ton of people told me it was really, really good, and it's also where X-23 came from, I had to check it out. Come on, it's become like a big character. It'd be like not watching Batman the Animated Series when you find out Harley Quinn is from there. So I finally sat through every single episode, and yeah, people were pretty right. This is really, really pretty damn good. As good as the original animated series? That's where it gets a little complicated. The setup is a little strange, but honestly kind of clever when you think about it. It takes place very clearly in the early 2000s. Yeah, that style sometimes does get in the way. All throughout the series, they have these edits where it just suddenly cuts to black and white and shots you just saw with sound effects and then back to the story. There is no reason for it. It just exists because the early 2000s did it. Mutants are just starting to be found out. Honestly, it's kinda like a big secret. Some people know, some don't, and yeah, it's a little hard to believe when you see just how damn many there are, but you give it a little leeway. Some mutant teens are brought into the Xavier School for gifted youngsters, and others are being manipulated by a school principal who's secretly Mystique in disguise, trying to get the strongest and baddest to join the army of Magneto, who, you guessed it, sees humanity as a threat and must be destroyed. Xavier has a few teachers at his school, including Wolverine and Storm, and plenty of students, including Cyclops, Jean, Nightcrawler, Kitty, Rogue, Spike, the list goes on. One of the interesting things is while yes, Xavier does have a school, it's mainly for mutants and it's mainly just teaching them about their powers. The kids still do go to a regular school, where they not only have to interact with humans, but also the bad mutants, the one that Mystique is trying to make an army out of. And at first, I really didn't like the idea of making them younger again. Something about Cyclops being a kid and Wolverine being an adult. I mean, I know there's already a big age difference in the comics, but I felt like they should both be grown-ups butting heads. But what the show reminded me is that, honestly, high school life can be very interesting. That was the initial idea of X-Men. It was young people who had these powers and they were outcasts, and yeah, high school's a perfect place to really explore this. I feel like a lot of teens can see this and really sympathize. Hell, a lot of adults can see this and sympathize, remembering what it was like to be a teen. It actually kind of captures it pretty well. The powers only enhance the drama the characters are going through. Rogue by far has some of the most dramatic stuff in all of the show. Something they add in there, which yes was part of the character but not really explored that much, is that when she sucks out a person's powers and abilities and energy and stuff, she gets their memories too. And in one episode, she loses control and just starts changing into all the people she's ever touched. That is so goddamn clever. That's like commentary out of a monster movie, because you can read a lot into that. When you mentally and physically get too close to someone, you kind of take on their identity, or searching for identity, or becoming different people, trying to find yourself. But the show doesn't hammer it in either. It kind of has all these themes and ideas that you can read into, but never straight up says, we're saying this. I like the kind of work in. There's a reason she's called Rogue. Like, at first, she doesn't know if she wants to join the bad guys or the good guys, and sometimes she'll change sides. And I really thought I wasn't gonna like her because they took away the flying and the super strength and the cheerful personality. I mean, that's Rogue to me, but yes, this does definitely harken back to her earlier days, and I kind of forgot how much you can do with her just sucking out a person's energy and powers, like not being able to touch anyone. That's enough. I knew the show was working where she has to interact with Mystique as a statue, and I won't go into spoilers, but I legitimately gasped when I saw what they did. I always say anything that gets me to gasp is doing something really right. But the show also has some really good humor. I like seeing all these characters interact off each other. Nightcrawler is probably the most likable I've ever seen him outside of the comics. I guess in movies and the animated series you couldn't really have that much time with him, so his really likable personality couldn't rub off as much, but here, he's one of the main leads and he is impossible not to enjoy. He is just so upbeat and fun. He gets in trouble, but he's not a brat. He's always looking on the bright side of stuff, even when things are going to shit, and it's really infectious. Most of the characters are like that. Even if you start off not enjoying them that much, you eventually will. I was shocked how invested I was getting with Cyclops and Jean, two of the most boring characters I never got into in X-Men, but I really like how Jean is always trying to find the peaceful path, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but she always gives it a shot. She always wants to talk it out, and she's good at it, but she has her limits too. I also really like seeing Cyclops grow. I feel like they were trying to do this in X-Men Apocalypse where they have him kind of like this badass rogue, like, oh, I don't play part of the team, whatever. But there, that made no sense because it's just a movie. In a show, you can really explore this. And it is fun seeing him be kind of this cocky know-it-all jock who eventually, over time, has to learn some real responsibility and become a leader. I really love when he finally does start butting heads with Wolverine, and yeah, you feel this definite change and you kind of see, oh, like this does kind of make sense, and you see where this rivalry kind of started. And they do have different ways of going about things, and you see where they come from. With that said, there are a few characters that are weirdly kind of sidelined. Okay, not weirdly because any character is sidelined, there's a lot of characters, but I bizarrely felt Wolverine and Storm didn't get much attention. Like, they're there and they'll get an occasional episode about them, but compared to other shows, movies, and comics, I didn't feel like they got a ton of attention. But in a weird way, that's kind of refreshing. It's not like we're short of Wolverine material. There is literally a show called Wolverine and the X-Men. I really like we're focusing more on these side characters. Oh my god, I totally forgot Boom Boom was a thing. Hell, I forgot Act-Force even existed. And it's really fun seeing these characters interact off each other. At first I thought I was really gonna get turned off by the constant love triangles and people just kind of flip-flopping from one mate to another, but then again, that is kind of high school. They'll kind of put two random characters together you wouldn't think would go together, and yeah, you're right, they don't. But they're very clever at not dwelling on it too long and just showing the interesting stuff. Sometimes when a young couple breaks up, it can be heartbreaking, but other times it's like, yeah, nah, didn't work, I'm on to the next person already. And it's surprisingly believable. The villains are also a lot of fun. I really love the Brotherhood is kind of like a frat house and they mess up everything, and they're legitimately pretty funny. Mystique has a principle at first I really didn't like, but then again, the more I thought about it, it does make sense. This is not a bad way to get a lot of impressionable young mutants together to exploit them for your own evil needs. That Magneto is legit kind of creepy in this. Whenever he shows up and you don't see his face and you hear that deep booming voice, it's rather intimidating. Some of the voices start off a little shaky, like I remember Kitty Pryde kind of sounded a little weird and Xavier sounded a little weird, but as time goes on, they do get better. Some characters I feel like they just didn't know what to do with after a while, like Spike is kind of tossed out of the X-Men after a while, which is weird, he's been there for several seasons. This is some of the earlier Marvel media to actually use an expanded universe. You actually do get to see Nick Fury in this, and S.H.I.E.L.D. and some of this other stuff that you don't really see outside of the comics, but nowadays everybody knows what they are. Now with all that said, this sounds like this would be 10 times better than the original animated series, and well, it's close. It is different. It's kind of like comparing Batman Begins to Batman. One definitely takes much more time to dive into the psychological and the details of what the characters are going through, but it does kind of lose that epic size. When X-23 shows up, for example, it's a great setup, and man, she's like this clone of Wolverine, and she's like this little kid, and she's going back and forth between she wants to be a little kid, but she also wants to be a weapon, and you don't always know if she's gonna be good or bad, or if she's crying, is she really crying, or is she just trying to trick someone? But she's only in like 2 episodes. And at the end of the episode, when Wolverine figures this out, oh my god, here's this clone, it's practically my daughter, it just kind of ends with him playing dodgeball with everyone, saying, oh, well, I've learned a lot, and yeah, that doesn't feel right. The original animated series crammed in a lot of information, but they did have to sacrifice a little bit of character for that. Yes, the characters were going through a lot, but you couldn't take as much time as a show like this does, where they really will let someone just kind of sit there and be with their emotions. It was kind of like Clone Wars, the story drove the characters. Here, the characters drive the story, but it is still an animated kid show that has to squeeze in a lot of characters and a lot of fighting and a lot of bullet points that people want to see in a comic book kid show. And it doesn't always juggle it that great. For example, there's a whole season, hell, I'd even argue a couple seasons, that's building up Apocalypse. Okay, I love that. That's really good build-up. But when you actually get to him and the big finale with him, it's okay. Where in the original animated series, when they have to do a big finale, it was a big finale. It felt big. It felt epic. Everything felt earned. I was really impressed to see Asteroid M was in this. Oh my god, it was so cool to finally see that on a TV show, but it's built up, then just kind of taken out in an episode or two, and never comes back. I get the feeling there were a lot of talks behind the scenes of where the show should go and in what way it should go there and which characters to focus on and everything, which, yeah, it's expected, that's part of a TV show, but because we were so used to so much being crammed into the original animated series, it always felt big. This one felt more emotional, but not really large in scale. Even the final episode is kind of a series finale, but also kind of saying, hey, if you want another season, everybody, we can do it. We got ideas. Which obviously never happened. And it is a shame. I would have liked to have seen this explored even more. But yes, don't get me wrong, I'm still really, really recommending this, especially if you're an X-Men fan. It kind of juggles all X-Men media in one show, including the movies and the original animated series and years of comics. Hell, their end credits is a send-up to their old trading cards. That is a crazy detail. But yes, there are gonna be slip-ups here and there and some things that don't connect, and that does stop it from having that epic feel, even though there are times where it can feel pretty big, but not epic big. I'm still gonna think back to the original animated series when I think of X-Men. What is X-Men? I think of the comics, like the Jim Lee stuff, or I think of the animated series. Like, that's it in a nutshell for me. But this is an interesting experiment that really does pay off, almost like it's trying to combine all the things you know about X-Men, but still make something new as well. You can't really point to this X-Men and say, oh, that's the movie, or oh, that's the Jim Lee version. No, it is uniquely its own thing, but it does have so many echoes of so many other different types of X-Men, and I really do appreciate it for that. If you're into X-Men, it's absolutely required viewing. If you're not an X-Men fan, I don't know if it's gonna win you over, but it might. I can definitely see kids and teens really getting into it. I don't know how many new adult fans would really gravitate towards it, but you never know. It's worth a shot. I could definitely say after all these years, I'm so glad everybody recommended it to me. And if you're an X-Men fan who hasn't checked it out, report to the Danger Room immediately. We got some real bummer news about Bruce Willis this year, and so I felt it only necessary to look at a film a lot of people said was really good, The Kid. Or at least I thought it was a lot of people. I remember a lot of folks saying they really liked this flick, but I guess the majority of people are kind of on the fence about it. I don't know, it always looked like a really clever idea. I just assumed it was really great, and after seeing it, I can kinda see where some folks would be turned off, but by the time I got to the end, I'm sorry, I was putty in this movie's hands. Bruce Willis plays an image consultant, who, you guessed it, is kind of an asshole. He's direct and to the point, doesn't really sugarcoat anything. It's a role I wouldn't be shocked they offered to Bill Murray first. In fact, if I had to guess, Bruce Willis probably wouldn't be the first choice I would imagine for this role. But we'll get to that in a bit. Just as his career seems to get more and more crowded, but his social life seems to get more and more empty, his younger self appears, played by Spencer Breslin. At first he can't believe it and thinks he's having a nervous breakdown, but the more he just seems to be there and other people can see him too, the more he puts together, and honestly maybe too many other people put together too quickly, that this really is his younger self and he has to figure out what to do in order to get him back to his timeline. I guess I shouldn't say too much more as, hey, there's not a ton more for the majority of the film, but there are a couple little mysteries going on. For example, there's this crop plane that just keeps flying around everywhere and sometimes interacts with him. He's trying to figure out who's flying it and why he's following him. He's also obviously trying to figure out why the kid is here, and on top of that, why he doesn't remember a lot of the things that his younger self remembers. At first he thinks, oh, it's just old age. I mean, after all, he is turning 40? Yeah, you look great, but you were 45 when you made this. So he just assumes it's bad memory. While a good chunk of the movie does go the direction you think it's gonna go, little mysteries like that do make it interesting, and in my opinion, the payoffs are really good. The problem is, I think the movie is a little too excited to get to that payoff, and sometimes it doesn't always set it up correctly. Bruce Willis and Spencer Breslin are really good and surprisingly very believable. When I see these two together, I actually do buy them as the older and younger self. And I didn't think I would. When I think of younger Bruce Willis, I think of 12 Monkeys, like kind of that little tough kid, like he was probably a jock or something. But this sets up he was kind of a tubby, awkward, shy kid who didn't always have all the right answers and wasn't always the coolest, and because of that, he kind of changes things so he becomes really buff and really reserved, and yeah, it kind of checked out. But here's the thing, both of them do play reserved really well whenever Bruce Willis has to just kind of think to himself or give a little bit of a smirk or a little bit of a tear. He does it great. Breslin is also the same. I kind of feel bad because I think I made fun of him in Cat in the Hat, but yeah, I made fun of everybody. It was a terribly directed movie. I don't blame him. But he really plays this role like an awkward, believable little kid, and he says things that awkward little kids would say, and I kind of like that he's not too quippy, especially in a Disney film. You know they would really play that up. But both of them kind of lose it when they have to go really big and really loud. Both of them have done it before convincingly, but it just doesn't feel believable here. Part of it might be the music, which is really obnoxious in this. I just wanted to shut the hell up.
Call Janet, just like everybody else, and schedule an appointment!
Another part could be maybe they just didn't have time for a take 2 or 3 or to get it right. And another part could be the editing. I feel like there's some scenes that are missing in this. There's a moment where suddenly he's crying and they never really explain it, and there's this super awkward edit where they just fast forward the footage and then play it normal. It doesn't make any sense. There's a moment where Bruce Willis is really connecting with his coworker, played really well by Emily Mortimer. This is really a thankless role and she really turns it into something. She's actually really good at that. And then out of nowhere, he just acts like a whiny little jerk, and there is no segue into it at all. At least when the kid is around and he's screaming what the hell is going on, I get that, but when he has to act like a goofy jerk and not a reserved jerk, there's almost never a segue to it, and it's not believable. Breslin is kind of the same. When he has to be more reserved, he's pretty good, but when he has to do a big emoting moment, it feels like there should have been one more go on it. There's one scene where he says holy smokes, and they literally play it twice. The first time, it's awful. The second time, it's great. Look at these back to back.
Holy smokes! Holy smokes!
So it shows he can do it. I just don't think he was given the proper direction to always get it right. So yes, it can result in some very inconsistent and even annoying moments. But this movie is kinda like Turning Red. For every little annoying moment that happens, it's all kind of building up to this really great third act. In most movies like this, everybody can guess how it's gonna end or what's going on, but I was legit scratching my head at what this plane was or how they were gonna get the kid back to his proper timeline. Usually when I can't figure it out, it's a twist that is so stupid it wasn't worth the wait, but this one really pays off. The whole last third is like a therapy session of him kind of looking at repressed memories, and I really like the fact that they make it look like they're gonna change something, and they don't. In the end, everybody has to suffer through the difficult stuff. You can't skip it. Yes, a lot of it happens off screen, but they make it clear there's gonna be years of suffering with this. The change doesn't happen in the past, it happens in the present. That's a really good message. There's even a thing throughout most of the movie of Bruce Willis saying, I don't want to be a loser, and at the end he's kind of saying, I'm not a loser, but what I like is when you kind of get the reveal of what's going on, someone from another point of view could see him as a loser and sees his original life as being the winner. He's an image consultant, he's rich, he has connections to all these powerful people. That could be someone else's dream. It really is all about perception, and this movie does understand that. This movie is almost as good for what it does as what it doesn't do. There's a lot of scenes where I thought, oh man, they're gonna go this route. Like there's a news anchor he talks to in the beginning, and it's a pretty funny scene, and the actress is really great. But she shows up again, and my first thought was, oh my god, they're gonna do the thing. He's gonna get to know her better, and he's gonna sleep with her, and it's gonna cause this big third act breakup. But no, she just legit helps him out with his problems because he helped her out with her problems, and that's really nice, and it's a lot more interesting. There's a lot of moments where you think it's gonna go really slapsticky or there's gonna be this big climax. Honestly, when I saw that plane, I just assumed, like I would put down money that it was gonna end with the two of them flying that plane. And it doesn't. The climax of the movie is an emotional one. Yes, there's a little physical in there, but it's mostly just coming to grips with who you are, what made you, and what you're gonna be from here on out. What can I say? I eat these stories up. It's kind of like a reverse A Christmas Carol. Like instead of the future self going to the past self comes to the future. And I adore movies that do it right. My favorite scene in any Christmas Carol is when George C. Scott as Scrooge looks at his father as an adult. He's not looking at him as a kid anymore, he's looking at him at around the same age. The last third has moments like that where he's looking at his parents around the same age and he doesn't have to say much. The looks on his face are more than enough. So yes, I really enjoyed this movie. Eventually. I do feel like there's some people that are gonna be put off by some of the more inconsistent and annoying moments, but how can you say it's not worth it to get to that last third? Stick with it. It really does pay off, at least in my opinion. May not be a perfect film, but by God, some scenes definitely are. Merry Christmas from the Guardians of the Galaxy, I guess. Yeah, looks like Marvel and James Gunn got together to give us, well, once again, something that probably started off as a joke, but was just too funny not to exist. Do I think it's one of the best, most original Christmas specials to ever exist? I think you know the answer is no. But I don't think that's its intention. Its intention is to give exactly what it's promising, a Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas. I love these movies, I'm looking forward to the third one, but I think it's safe to say the ingredients aren't there to make a holiday classic, but still a pretty enjoyable special. Star-Lord is feeling bummed because it's Christmas time and, well, nobody around him really seems to understand what Christmas is. They sing a song that's clearly supposed to go viral, showing how they don't quite understand it, but they're at least trying. Mantis and Drax, however, feel especially bad because, well, she hasn't told Star-Lord yet that she's technically his sister. They get the idea that if they give Star-Lord a Merry Christmas, that'll help ease him into the news a little better, and, well, seeing how he always talks about Kevin Bacon movies, they decide to go and kidnap Kevin Bacon. Yep, that's about it. Not much more, but do you really need more? The special's only 44 minutes long, and like I said, delivers what it promises. As much as people shit on Phase 4, and yeah, I'm not gonna act like it's anything spectacular either, one of the things I really do like is that they are experimenting. Something like Eternals didn't quite work, but something like Loki does. And I kinda dig these little self-contained specials like Werewolf by Night. It shows they are interested in doing something different and working a little bit outside their comfort zone. With that said, the idea is unique, but it plays it pretty safe. This is a special that doesn't feel half-assed, but it does feel like it was written quickly. This is a James Gunn production, and he's been a pretty busy boy. Writing, directing, and producing movies and shows and making questionable choices. And this definitely feels like something he was penning in between doing all that stuff. Because of that, the writing's okay, but it feels very formulaic James Gunn. I feel like we've finally gotten to that point where it doesn't feel really fresh and new. But that doesn't mean it's bad. I had kind of the same issue with Peacemaker. It's not a bad show, I just feel like, oh, it's doing the James Gunn thing. Kind of like when you wake up and realize, oh yeah, I like Tim Burton, but there's almost a mathematical equation to it. Like it always has to hit these certain bullet points. But I think it works here because it is these characters and actors, and they can make even standard lines just so much funnier than they are. It always feels like they're playfully experimenting on set, or at least playfully experimenting in the editing. There's one scene where Kevin Bacon just says he feels so good and so happy. He shouldn't, but he does. And Drax just says, "We hate you." Now, that doesn't sound too funny, but just when you get the mood of the scene and suddenly that line is thrown in at the end, it gets a big laugh. There's another scene where Groot is given a Game Boy. Again, on paper, it's not really that funny, but he just does this little shrug that's so friggin' adorable and just makes me love him all the more. I also feel like Mantis is slowly becoming my favorite Guardian character. I remember liking her okay, but something about this one, seeing how her and Drax really take center stage here, just really cracked me up. I really thought her out of nowhere yelling was gonna get on my nerves or just be too random, but like most of the actors, there's just the sporadic, fun way she delivers these lines that not only makes me laugh, but is somehow believable. Her character is so odd, I would believe she would just randomly say stuff in this strange way. I also like it still has a little bit of an edge. There's one scene where they're of course looking for Kevin Bacon. This one woman gives him a map and she says $40. She hypnotizes her to hand it over for free and then essentially robs her. Yeah, there's a lot of stealing in this movie, and there's even violence to police who are just doing their job. And yeah, that lean towards mean-spiritedness does make it stand out as a Guardians Christmas special. It never quite goes too sappy, or if it does it in a self-aware way that you kinda gotta giggle. I say my one major complaint is there's an animated portion in the beginning and end, and I like they're trying to make it look like a rotoscope Ralph Bakshi kind of style, but again, I feel like they're working in that 3D technology where it doesn't belong. It feels weird, like half of it's hand-drawn and half of it's CG, or maybe it's just a computer program that puts lines on real actors, I don't know, but it feels different than if there was just a person drawing lines on them, rotoscoping it, and letting a computer do it. You can tell there was computer interference, and it just doesn't feel right. I know I dwell on that a lot in this and like the Chip and Dale movie, but I'm sorry, if you can put so much makeup on all these actors who are just walking around the background, you can spend a little bit of extra money to get this looking correct. But still, the special's a lot of fun. Not any kind of Christmas masterpiece, but again, it's a little 44-minute special that runs on Disney Plus with Marvel characters who shouldn't be given a Christmas special. That's why it works, but that's also why I don't think we're gonna see it as any great special that we watch years from now. But maybe I'm wrong, maybe decades from now people will still be putting this on and celebrating it and talking about all the various ways it works. So what do you think? Do you think it came through and it's even better than you thought it was gonna be? Or do you feel like it totally missed the point and it wasn't good at all and Marvel should just stop? Or do you think it delivered exactly what it was saying it was gonna deliver and nothing more? Let me know your thoughts, and until then, have a phenomenal holiday and enjoy decorating your Groot. Merry Christmas, everyone. Well, everybody had a thought about this. Obi-Wan was originally supposed to be a movie, but at some point they decided, let's turn it into a Disney Plus show, and so we have this miniseries reuniting a lot of these actors, like Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen, and I guess people were all over the map with it. Some hated it, some loved it, some thought it was okay leaning towards bad, or okay leaning towards good. I definitely have thoughts on it, but before I say what they are, I should make it clear. I don't think this destroys anything Star Wars. I don't think it saves anything Star Wars. Honestly, you could skip this, watch it, whatever, and I don't think your opinion on the entire series is gonna change. So keep that in mind, because I know Star Wars fans can get really passionate. With that said, oh my god, I thought this was bad. But I mean bad in the best way. I felt like I was watching a Shyamalan production. The acting, the writing, the storytelling, even the blocking. How can nobody catch up to this kid? Look at her, she's running like a centimeter per minute and everybody's like, oh, she's too fast, I can't get her. Okay, I should calm down. I'm sorry, this show brought me a lot of joy. Literally the first shot of this had me cracking up. You see this peaceful city and all these little Jedi younglings doing like what looks like interpretive dance and peaceful music. And then in the same shot, I know that's supposed to be horrific, and on paper maybe it is, but something about the way this was laid out is just the perfect amount of off. The show takes place after Revenge of the Sith, but before A New Hope, and follows Obi-Wan Kenobi, who's put himself in exile. Little does he know, though, that Inquisitors, yeah, I think this is actually the first time we get to see him in live action, are hunting down the rest of the Jedi and anyone that's Force sensitive. And getting roped into the mix is a 10-year-old Princess Leia, who's been kidnapped. Her parents go to Obi-Wan saying, well, he's their only hope. But wouldn't you know it, Darth Vader catches wind of this, voiced again by James Earl Jones. Kinda. I'm pretty convinced they did something to his voice, like maybe what they did with Luke and Boba Fett. I don't know, I actually thought it sounded okay. And it appears they're gonna meet again at last again. Okay, so before I get into the fun stuff, I should probably point out, as you would assume, this does not tie in well to the continuity. To be fair, you're probably used to that by now, but I feel like even to the average fan, they could see stuff that clearly doesn't add up.
General Kenobi, years ago you served my father in the Clone Wars.
Oh, and also a life-changing adventure, but I didn't expect you to remember that part.
When I left you, I was but a learner.
Didn't look like that to me.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Surely he must be dead by now.
Don't underestimate the Force.
Oh, I guess we were aware of that for years, but I never read the emails. It's just funny how some Star Wars properties can really fix the faults of the past and then others can somehow make them worse. But that's nitpicking, and again, I feel like you're used to that. Let's get to the real meat of it. This production feels rushed, and I'm not talking about the special effects or anything like that, they're okay. I'm talking about everything else. The writing in this makes no sense. There's all these complicated plans that people are trying to get like double crosses and triple crosses and stuff, and when you really add it up, it doesn't add up in the slightest, like in a hilarious way. But no biggie if you're sucked into these timeless characters, and these characters not only make the dumbest choices, but their acting is so bizarrely off. There's two actors that got out of this unscathed. One is the actor that played Uncle Owen. I mean, he didn't have much, but everything he said had this real weight to it. Like, I totally believed him. The other was this rebel spy who was working in the Empire. She's another one that didn't have a ton to do, but everything she said, you could just feel the history behind and why she was doing this and what she believed in. It really came across in her performance. Everyone else is laughably bad. Even Ewan McGregor, like he was one of the few aspects in the prequels that was always pretty good, but here, aside from a few moments, he just looks so lost. And I know, I guess that's part of the character, but there's a way you can play lost in a way that looks like it's intentional. This really looks like he just doesn't know how to feel in each scene, or how to say his line in each scene. But he's nothing compared to everyone else. This poor little kid playing Leia, I hope she has the best career and she gets some sort of great script and great director and, I don't know, good producer, something that's just gonna turn her into a megastar. Or maybe she'll find something else where she'll be like this successful businesswoman or something, I don't know. But man, here, she doesn't work at all. I don't believe one thing she says.
You think the less you say, the less you give away. Where's the army? Maybe it's because you're not really a Jedi. Since I met you, I've been chased, shot at, I almost fell to my death. You think being like him will make people frightened of you, but really, you're the one who's scared.
Yeah, that's how kids talk. But even she's not the funniest. These Inquisitors, it's like they told every single one of them, say your lines in the most ridiculous way.
You are not in charge here. Kenobi is the last ember of a dying age.
Send out the probes, do it.
The most believable out of all of them is probably the third sister, and she has the biggest role, but even she's not that great. She has this weird way, like everyone, of saying her lines, where she'll sometimes say her stuff, again, almost like it's a question, but then just randomly yell, and it never sounds convincing. And this is really bizarre because the director is a really good director. This is a person who's done Better Call Saul, Jessica Jones, Mr. Robot, even Mandalorian, so she has experience with Star Wars. The only thing I could put together, and this is just a guess, is that because it was gonna be a movie and they stretched it out to a show, she directed all the episodes. Because I don't know, maybe she was gonna direct the movie or something. But that's pretty rare with a show. Even the show's creator, if you look at a lot of these shows, they have a bunch of different showrunners and directors and so forth. It's very rare that one person directs an entire season of something. And this whole production has a feel like it was mad rushed, like they just didn't have time to do a second or third take. Maybe it was the same with the script, because one of the scenes has them sneaking out little Leia in a giant trench coat. Like it's Austin Powers and Mini-Me, just, you can't believe you're watching this. But okay, does anything in this show work? Yeah, there are a few things. It is pretty cool hearing Darth Vader's voice with James Earl Jones again, because I think the last time I heard him was probably Rogue One and he sounded a little weird. Here, even though again, I'm pretty sure they're manipulating his voice somehow, it still sounds good. Most of the shots of the Empire look pretty cool. They do have this real intimidation to them. It was kind of cool seeing that underwater base that I'm pretty sure I saw in Jedi Fallen Order. I do really like what Ewan McGregor says to the children at the end too. I guess I won't give too much away, but it's acted well and it is written well. Hayden Christensen's return isn't bad, but it's not really good either. This is actually one of the few times I'm shocked they didn't do any de-aging effects, because it does really stand out in the flashbacks. And the art time you see him is just with this big crack in the helmet, which is completely ripping off Star Wars Rebels, which it's impossible not to think back to that and how much better that was handled. That gave me chills. This gave me flashbacks to when I got chills and disappointment that I'm not feeling it here. But it's okay, the Emperor tells him, don't think about it, just, who cares? Like, what? What? This, like, the most powerful Jedi who knows who you are and just, like, whooped your asses alive, and then you, who cares? I don't know, I'm the Emperor. Power! No, do it. I can't. Yes, I can. What am I talking about? I love this show. The only other thing I'll remark on is that some people think this is a send-up to the prequels and that it's intentionally bad. And the more I thought about it, there are some things that add up there. You have plot points that don't add up, stilted acting, a bad child actor, laughably awkward writing. It does check out a little bit, but that'd be kind of like saying, hey, we're gonna do an Avatar show, but we're gonna make it like the last Airbender movie. That doesn't really seem to make sense. But for what it's worth, if you enjoy this show, awesome. Like I said, I don't think it's something where if you like it, you're betraying the franchise or anything like that, because I don't think there's really anything damaging in this. It does about as much harm as the prequels do. I mean, we still have the original trilogy there, and it's fine. I can still watch it and enjoy it. It doesn't destroy that. It's just funny to me. I'm sorry, I can't help it. It cracks me up. If you have fun with it, fair enough. I mean, there's a fine lesson at the end, and I'm sure people that grew up with the prequels like seeing these actors together once more. For me personally, I had a great time. Just not the way I think they were expecting. A giant coat, man. A giant coat. Well, I'll say this about Rio. Rio looks really nice. Yeah, I think the whole reason this movie was made was so the crew could just travel to Rio to vacation down there, and from the looks of it, they had a really good time. The landscapes, the colors, the cinematography. This whole thing feels like a travel ad for Rio. The rest? It's exactly what you would expect. And I really mean it. When I saw the trailer for this, my first thought was, oh, this is just a generic kids movie, nothing else to it, and yeah, I can't be really angry at it because that's exactly what it gave me, and that's pretty much what it promised. We center around a little bird named Blue, played by Jesse Eisenberg, who's taken away from his home in Rio and taken to Minnesota, or as they describe it, not Rio. Yeah, okay, that's pretty funny. Honestly, this whole first chunk isn't that bad. He falls off a truck and is found by a girl named Linda, who ends up raising him almost to an obsessive degree, like she even brings him to prom. Look at the look on the date, that's pretty great. She doesn't really have many other friends apart from her bird, and yeah, he doesn't really have any other friends apart from her either. when a bird expert named Tulio discovers him, though. He says his species is on the verge of extinction and he needs to be brought to Rio in order to repopulate. Linda hesitantly agrees, and naturally, they meet up with all sorts of colorful characters. Jewel, played by Anne Hathaway, who doesn't like being there and takes every opportunity to escape. Rafael and Nico and Pedro, who are all wild and crazy birds that don't always know what they're talking about, but gosh darn it, have a heart of gold. An evil bird named Nigel, who's trying to take all the birds in that place and sell them off to bird smugglers. Is that a thing? I guess it's a thing. So our two heroes have to figure out how to get back home, get themselves unchained from each other, teach Blue how to fly, and maybe, just maybe, fall in love. Okay, so if none of that stood out to you in the least, this isn't the film for you. And again, to its credit, I don't think it's meant to be for you. I think it's meant for little kids. The humor in this movie is not awful. I can't think of any jokes where they delivered in I said, oh my god, that's painful. It's just standard. The story is standard, the characters are standard, the dilemmas are standard. How many other movies have you seen this setup, these characters, even these designs in? But yes, even as a kid's movie, I do expect something a little more. And yeah, like I said, it does look very nice. I mean, Rio is just beautiful to look at. But I kept hoping for some investment or some really funny scenes or just something that really stood out. And it never came. I'm not gonna lie, I just got done seeing this movie and I'm already struggling to remember it. How did this movie get a sequel? How did anyone even remember they just saw it? But yes, if you have kids, it's very bouncy, very colorful, very pleasant to look at. There's songs, not that I remember how any of them went, but I don't remember being annoyed when they played. I remember one lyric from the Villains song of him saying, I'm like an abandoned school, I have no principle. I don't know. That's so forced it made me laugh. I remember one scene that really made me laugh. Blue gets captured and he says, ha, you think I came here alone? 3 unstoppable, super strong birds are on their way. And then the cage next to him, there are the 3 birds. And they say, did you hear that? 3 unstoppable, strong birds are on their way to save us. That got a good chuckle out of me. Honestly, most of the time I was watching this, I was thinking I actually would have preferred if we stayed with the humans. I kind of like these 2 awkward, geeky people who are obsessed with birds, and in different ways. Like this guy owns this bird sanctuary where he studies them and tries to repopulate them. She just has 1 bird, but as you can tell, she doesn't really have any friends and she obsesses over him. So there is kind of this cute, awkward chemistry between them. But we don't focus on them, we focus on these incredibly by-the-number characters doing all the by-the-number things you'd expect in this by-the-numbers movie. I don't know, I guess I'm not upset. Like I said, there's nothing in it that made me angry. It gave me exactly what I thought it was gonna give me. But I can't really see a reason to tell anybody to see it either. You know, you could always just watch a video on Rio, it's probably more educational. Again, I give credit that this movie really is a what you see is what you get flick. If you think it looks like a cute waste of time, you'll probably see it as a cute waste of time. If nothing grabs you in the trailers, nothing's gonna grab you in the movie either. There's nothing that bad, but there's nothing that great. Yeah, sorry I couldn't be more enthusiastic or angry or whatever you were expecting from this. It just kind of exists. But for a movie that exists, it exists. I don't know. Bye. It's Miss Marvel, a comic book character I know very little about, but after watching this series, I kinda wanna know more. This is a show that is by no means perfect, but man, when it got right, it got really right and kinda got my excitement going like, oh man, yeah, there's still some steam and energy that's in Phase 4. The show centers around Kamala Khan, a 16-year-old Pakistani-American nerd that is a die-hard fangirl for Captain Marvel, while going to a superhero convention that does open a lot of questions, like, would people really do cons based around tragic events where buildings blow up and people die and so forth? And yeah, actually, I could kind of weirdly see that because it's superheroes and beacons of light, and yeah, we look at celebrities as heroes, so why not look at actual heroes as heroes? The show is very clever at incorporating all that. But anyway, while looking for a costume, she comes across this magic bracelet that, as you guess, gives her superpowers. They're not quite the stretchy powers that everyone knows the character for, but honestly, I didn't mind. I think these look kind of original, and yeah, now that Fantastic Four is working its way into the MCU, maybe there would be a little too much crossover with Mr. Fantastic, and people would just be like, well, hey, they have the same powers. While the effects in this show aren't that great, I actually think the effects around her powers are okay. They have a unique design to them. When she uses it, I can say, oh, that's a Miss Marvel power, and again, not a Mr. Fantastic power. I actually thought it was alright. But where do these powers come from? Well, it turns out there's a long, complicated history that her mother doesn't want her knowing too much about. But her old and new pals, including 1, 2, 3 boyfriend possibilities, yeah, this kinda has a Disney Channel vibe a little bit, are all eager to find out more about the history of the powers, and, as you'd expect, some evil forces are looking to gain control of it. So almost immediately, this show hooked me in with its style. Now, how much do I have in common with this character? Not much. He's a 16-year-old Pakistani Muslim from Jersey who wants to be a superhero. Not much crossover with a 40-year-old white YouTuber from Chicago. But I'll be damned if I didn't relate to how she saw the world. This show was so inspired in the way they would show her, yes, having a conversation with someone, but thinking about something else in the background. They wouldn't do like the little thought bubble thing or just edit in what she's thinking about. It's literally happening in the background. It's done through her drawings or her little videos that she makes or the text conversation she's having in her mind when she's looking at the clock and it's like you're writing the second hand around in a circle. By God, that was me in school. I was just drawing all the time and sort of half listening to the teacher and half doing something else and just wondering, when can I leave this place and do what I really want to do? It really captures the energy and the excitement of that age. And this style so easily could have been overbearing, but they're very clever at usually having it in the background. Sometimes in the foreground, but usually in the background. I like actually looking for it sometimes. I also wanted to bring up, because I have no idea how my Disney Simba of turning red is gonna go, this is more what I was looking for in the first 2/3. Kamala and her mother do have a lot of run-ins, and again, neither one's the bad guy, they're just trying to figure each other out, and they're butting heads a lot. But when they say something to each other, the show knows to pace it out so that it can really leave an impact. You see the reactions to what the other is saying, and they let the emotions sink in, and the style enforces that. It helps the emotional moment stand out so much more. And it does it in just the right way. It's almost too much, but it pulls back. Turning red a lot of the time just went a little too fast and a little too in your face. This found, for the most part, the perfect balance. Now, like I said, for the most part, there are several times where it can get a little too gimmicky and catchphrasey, and yeah, sometimes it does feel like I'm watching a Disney sitcom. But the show does something that at first I didn't like, but it actually grew on me. As it continues, the style kinda gets less and less, and it turns into more of an average Marvel show. And I was getting really disappointed, like, oh my god, that first episode was so great, and now this style really is getting pushed more and more into the background, and not in a clever way, more in a, oh yeah, we forgot we're doing this way. But somewhere in the middle, a good chunk suddenly takes place in the past in Pakistani history, which I'll be honest, I don't know much about Pakistani history, so this was really interesting to learn. And you see none of the style that the show started out with, and that's the right choice. And I feel like what's happening is that we see Kamala in this world of fantasy and wanting to be a superhero and daydreaming, and slowly as it becomes more and more real, that fantasy disappears and reality sets in. When you see what her family had to go to in order to get her this life, that comic book fantasy world seems exactly like that, fantasy. They let the harsh reality sink in, and I think if that style rode all the way through the show until this moment, it wouldn't have worked. On that note, the show is pretty good at bringing it back a little bit at the end. Yeah, maybe the idea is that we have fantasies for a reason. We do learn from them, and we do incorporate them into our lives so that we can deal with harsh realities easier. A good chunk of the climax is almost like a Home Alone ending where they set up these traps in school and oh my god, are we really doing this? But part of what makes it work is that not only are the characters really likable who are pulling the traps, but the threat is legitimately threatening. When something happens to them, they don't just slip and make a weird sound effect, they're legit like, shoot them! Like, oh yeah, these are like real intimidating people, and when they're defeated, you feel that sense of accomplishment. While the villains of the show are not great, there's usually just enough mystery and intrigue around them, their past, and the powers that keeps me invested enough. Like, I'm sure a lot of people point out the sudden flip of one of the villains from good to bad is a little distracting. And the other's just a racist jerk with power, and there's no backstory to why she is that way. I don't know, one got explanation, I don't know why the other doesn't. But going off of that, I feel like this show could have been very preachy very easily, and again, it balances out in a really clever way. I love when these agents go to a mosque and they're saying hand over all their info, and they already have their IDs and info ready to go, and they're like, yeah, this isn't our first rodeo. That's a clever way of showing what these characters have to go through, but it doesn't overstay its welcome. We don't get too much of that waving finger. That should be in there. That is a part of their identity. It just doesn't have to be everything. Kamala is more than a representation checklist. She's a real fun character, and it looks like she's going to be part of this Marvels movie that's coming up, and I really want to see her in a team. I want to see her interact with different superheroes with different powers and different personalities. I'd be lying if I said any of it ever got quite as good as that first episode, with the style really helping the characters and the emotions and the storytelling. But I see why they made the choice that they did as it kept going, and I like they don't shy away from more adult elements and find a pretty organic way to work them in. I don't know 100% what's in the future for this character. All I can say is, I'm pretty excited to see it. In the 90s, you either grew up a Nintendo kid or a Sega kid. I was definitely a Nintendo kid. But with that said, you do inevitably have those few games you're kind of mad you didn't get a chance to play. One was the Sonic games, that kind of goes without saying, and the other was Aladdin. This is one of the few games I was legit jealous the Sega Genesis had. Why? Because it was one of the only hand-drawn games I've ever seen for a system like this. Hell, might even been the first at the time. There was one for the Super Nintendo, and even some of the levels are similar, but yeah, the Sega one was clearly better. So it was pretty exciting to finally put this on and play it all the way through. My verdict? It's pretty good. I can't quite say it's the literal game changer I thought it would be back then, but it is a pretty decent time. I guess it's kind of pointless to go over the story. If you've seen Aladdin, you know the story, but the one thing I can comment on is they don't visually incorporate the story much, at least in the cutscenes. They're not even really cutscenes, they're just a bunch of text. Every once in a while you might get a picture of Jafar as an old man or Abu, but it's weird that you never see the characters there, like nobody's talking to someone else or acting out something, it's just a wall of text. My guess is they made this game and then somebody said, well wait, we don't have anything connecting the levels, it just jumps from one thing to another, so just write out the story in between. I guess on that note, it's also a little weird that when you kill a boss, you don't usually see him get defeated, the level just kinda stops. Again, I know this is based on a movie that the game is assuming you've seen, but there could have been just a hint more narrative to this, even if it is a game this old. With that said, the gameplay and animation does hold up pretty good. Again, for the system it was on. It's got a good sense of humor and energy, and the levels are pretty good at being laid out in a way where there's secret passages or other ways you can get to the end. Sometimes that can make the map layout a little confusing. Once in a while when we regenerate back, we weren't sure if we were going backwards or forwards. I do remember getting confused in the Cave of Wonders, like which rock platform can do what and how long can it stay there, is it gonna sink, or if I jump off of it will it just explode, and is it gonna rise up, and these stupid bats are flying everywhere. I swear, these are the worst enemies in the game, but you figure it out pretty quick. It also does a good job incorporating the film's sense of humor. All throughout the backgrounds, we kept finding little touches that they didn't have to throw in there, but they did, and it's appreciated. It really feels like the comedy of the movie lives on through this. Sometimes the controls can be a little wonky, like it does do that thing where if you're going fast and you stop, there's a little bit of a slip, so you might fall off a platform, and yeah, I swear it does have a little bit of that delay when you push a button to jump. It's like a frame or two off, which in a game like this is kind of vital. But again, there's that wonderful cheating button. If you make a mistake, you can just press one of the L buttons and it rewinds it to wherever you want. And of course, being me, I abused it like mad. Because of this, I did beat the game in about an hour and a half, and I do know if I didn't have that rewind button, it would have taken a lot longer. Honestly, whenever I got done with one of the later levels, I was always shocked it was finished already. But I know if I didn't have that rewind button, I'd be playing these over and over. And maybe I would have wasted a continue or several lives, and this game would take much, much longer and I would see it as much more difficult. So I will say, even though I didn't play it this way, if you really do want the full experience, you should probably play it without using the rewind button. But yes, it's gonna be a lot harder, and they throw some stuff at you that just straight up isn't fair. The end of this level where you're flying the carpet over the lava, you basically have to have these directions memorized. It starts off okay, but the faster it gets, the more you realize an average human being would not be able to keep up with them. As much as I was saying they could have incorporated more of a narrative into this, I will say there is still a fair amount of creativity. Not just in the backgrounds, but in the level setups. I love the idea that you go inside the genie's lamp at one point. And it's funny because, again, the Super Nintendo version does the same thing, but it looks almost totally different. There's all these clouds, and it looks kind of pretty. And this one, it's just a totally black background. And at first you think, well, that's not going to work. But again, it really does match the movie, where the background just kind of disappears. Maybe you'll get like a red or a blue, but that's about it. It's mostly black. And the focus is on all the cool things you're seeing the genie do. So yeah, I guess there's not a ton else to say about the game, except it is a good time. Is it difficult if you don't use the rewind button? Yeah, it's really, really rough, so I like that there is that option. You can or can't use it. For me, I'm way too impatient, but maybe you want more of a challenge. Either way, it is still a bright, colorful, and funny good time. If you want to see one of the earliest examples of hand-drawn animation in a 16-bit system, this is definitely an essential one to check out. Hell yeah, I'm talking about another movie you've never heard of. The Gnome-Mobile was released in 1967. I saw it when I was a little kid on the Disney Channel. I absolutely loved it, and watching as an adult, yeah, it's pretty bad. But once again, it's a fun kind of bad. A bad that you gotta see because it is just so unique how the hell they came up with so many strange ideas and strange ways of conveying them. The film stars a man named D.J. Mulrooney. He's an executive at a timber trading company, but this week he's off work to hang out with his grandchildren, the Mary Poppins kids. And if you think that's name dropping, well, that's exactly what the movie calls them, the Mary Poppins kids. That's just so hilarious. How would you love to be branded with that in the credits? Yeah, you're not gonna be typecast at all. While taking a picnic through the woods, they discover two gnomes, Jasper and Nobby. Aren't those great names? Nobby is upset because the giant redwood seems to be disappearing, and, well, one of the characters knows the reason behind that. Feeling guilty, Mulrooney says he can take the gnomes to a place where there's a lot more giant redwood, and on top of that, probably a lot more gnomes because there's not many left in their forest. Along the way, though, a schemer named Horatio Quaxton, isn't that another great name, discovers the gnomes and kidnaps them, while Mulrooney, who for a good chunk of the movie was trying to keep the gnomes secret, suddenly tells his work that the gnomes have been kidnapped and they need to save them. Well, you can guess what happens to him. He's put away in a mental institution, and who can blame them? God, he should be put away just for being so stupid. As you'd imagine, the kids have to help him escape, they have to save the gnomes, and eventually get to the giant redwood where maybe, just maybe, there might be some other gnomes, and yes, maybe one of them is played by Ed Wynn. So this movie was directed by the same guy who directed such big classics like Mary Poppins and Ben Knobs and Broomstick, just all sorts of great movies. While this does have kind of a similar feel, it doesn't have the same magic, and I think a lot of that is just on the writing level. Some of the choices made in this movie are so bizarre. The climax I have to explain to you. They finally get to the forest and find all these other gnomes, but Jasper is bummed because there aren't any girl gnomes. Well, no, it turns out there's a ton of them, and quite frankly, out of nowhere, they decide they're gonna do this tradition where they take Jasper, lather him up in bubbles and soap, and let all the girls chase and grab him. The one that holds onto him for 7 seconds gets to be with him for the rest of his life. Somebody was clearly working through something while writing this. He just kind of gets there and he's like, oh, kind of thought there'd be some chicks around here, and then all these women come out, and he finds one he likes, but before he can even start a conversation, it's like, nope, we have to decide who's gonna live with you forever. It is just beyond bizarre. Part of what makes the movie so fascinating, though, is the acting. Again, this is the guy who did Mary Poppins and Bedknobs and Broomsticks, so he's pretty good at getting good performances against stuff that is laughably ridiculous. This little girl should have gotten an Oscar for this scene where she says she sees a gnome and now she can't find him, and she is just heartbroken that nobody believes her. Look at how much she's giving in this moment.
Jasper, Jasper!
Now, you must be really hungry by now.
He was right there! He was right there!
Jesus Christ, she's making me believe in goddamn gnomes! I was really shocked to find years later that the actor that played DJ Mulrooney is also the same one who played the old gnome Nobby. They are such wildly different performances, I never would have been able to tell.
Calm down now and listen a minute.
Oh, no, you don't, Mulrooney. I fell for that line before.
Now, I'm a little different from a lot of other lumbermen.
You can say that again.
I don't know what made somebody say, hey, I have an idea, let's have this guy play both parts, but it is strangely intriguing to watch such two different performances. The effects, for the most part, are also pretty good. Again, they had to build a lot of these giant sets, and they're mixing a lot of different types of effects here with green screen and forced perspective and big sets, little sets. Yes, sometimes it's obvious. I mean, it's not really Darby O'Gill. I mean, that was something that was really kind of a landmark for effects, and this one's just decent, but still, you feel the craftsmanship in every one. The comedy isn't great, but it's so light and so putting its all into it, it's kinda hard not to shrug along with it. The worst part is when they put him in the mental hospital because it slows everything down. It's not needed. There's nothing imaginative about it, and you're just shouting at the character, what's wrong with you? Of course this is what's gonna happen if you tell somebody this. Everything else, while not good, is entertaining. There's even a little song they sing in the middle, and yeah, you guessed it, it's called the Gnomemobile, and it'll stay in your head for a fair amount of time.
The Gnomemobile, we're hunting for gnomes in the Gnomemobile.
And there's no other songs in the movie. This is the only one they sing over and over. I guess you can say this isn't a fully fleshed out idea, but what they did flesh out is just so strangely delivered, you can't look away from it. As of now, it's not a film that's on Disney Plus. You can probably find it on Amazon or DVD or something. And it's by no means a Disney classic. Again, I don't even really consider it that good, but if you're someone that just likes these weird movies that are just doing weird things that at the time, I guess were seen as kind of normal, it's fun to chuckle to. It's just one of those movies I want to give more attention to because there just should be attention on something this strange. Not a good film, but good enough for weirdos like me. Let's end Disney-cember with a movie you probably forgot even came out. Strange World bombed hard this year, and I think there's two very clear reasons for it. One of them is, it wasn't advertised very well. I remember seeing the teaser and being like, oh, that looks kind of neat and different, I'm down for that. And then, I don't think I ever saw a follow-up trailer, and nobody I knew was aware that it was coming out the week that it was coming out. So there was clearly poor advertising. But the second reason is, yeah, it's not that great. I definitely can't say it's bad or awful or anything like that, but it's very, very, very underwhelming. It starts with a group of explorers who are trying to find a new power source as their way of life is slowly fading away. The main character named Searcher, yeah, his name is Searcher, finds a plant that can generate energy, but his father wants to keep going. The explorers decide to take these plants back to the village while the father just disappears, never to be seen again. That is, until years later when it looks like the power source is slowly fading away as well. The plants are still there, but the energy just isn't as strong, and it seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Another crew of explorers, along with Searcher and his family, decide to go back into the mountains, and wouldn't you know it, they discover not only his father, but also a strange world. Will they figure out the mystery of the power source in this strange world? Does this all sound like an analogy for something else? Okay, before I go any further, yes, it is very clear there is a climate changey message going on here, and honestly, it's not as in your face as you would think. Without going too much into spoilers, I actually think the analogy kinda works, and it's creative, and it's interesting. It doesn't feel too preachy until it gets to maybe the last 5 minutes where they do that line where they say, "We're not there yet, but we will be." Kind of like that pompous American Beauty writing where you have no idea what I'm talking about, but you will. Like, yeah, we got it figured out, but don't worry, you'll catch up. Yeah, that part didn't work for me, but honestly, most things tied around the strange world itself was very entertaining and incredibly imaginative. Look at this place, it just looks awesome. I was complaining about how the planet in Lightyear was so boring, to infinity beyond, bullshit. There is nothing here that's interesting. Here, this whole world I just want to explore and look at and examine and see what does what. And when it is finally revealed what this world is, the look of it really does make a lot of sense. At first I thought it was just looking weird to look weird, but there actually is a reasoning behind how this world works, and I think it's really cool. But everything else is very by the numbers. These are the most boring, forgettable characters I've seen in a while. And don't get me wrong, they're not annoying. I wasn't hating them, but they never got a laugh out of me. I never found them interesting, and though I couldn't predict what they were going to talk about, as soon as they started a sentence, I could tell you how it was gonna end. I was practically saying the lines with them as they were wrapping up what they were discovering at that point. At first I kind of like that Searcher's son has a boyfriend in this. I always feel like anytime they kind of want to sneak in some gay character in a Disney property, it's always done like a little bit at the end in a way that can be edited out very easily so it can be shown in other countries. But at first I was pretty impressed that you see them actually talking and flirting with each other and everything, but guess who doesn't come along on the mission? That's right, the son's boyfriend. So yes, this can still very easily be edited out, but I guess they do talk more about it than in other Disney properties, so I don't know. It's about the closest thing to an interesting interaction in this film, and yeah, of course they don't explore it. What they do explore is the son trying to get along with the father, and the father kind of being a deadbeat and not really in his life, and I mean, does this sound familiar? Of course it sounds familiar. You've seen it a million times. And yeah, it's okay to do something that's been done a million times if you add something new, and there is nothing new here. I barely remember these characters' personalities or designs or even names. But I do remember the world, so there's that. It is called Strange World, and it did give me a strange world, so I guess I can't be too angry. Honestly, I wasn't even angry watching it, I was just bored. I was so bored that I was stuck with these people. And it's a shame because I do feel like once in a while Disney will try something a little different with kind of these animated exploring films like Atlantis or Treasure Planet, and I do feel bad when they don't do well because I want to see Disney do something different, but A, you clearly gotta market it better, and B, I just don't think you're gonna keep people's attention with this. Or at the very least, it didn't keep my attention. I don't know, maybe years down the line people will look back and this will be kind of like a little underground masterpiece and people will say they like that it did something different and it was more sci-fi-ish. But sadly for me, it didn't win me over. I still want to see Disney do some new stuff, but some new interesting stuff. And sad to say, A Strange World just isn't enough to keep me interested in A Strange World. But what do you think? Did you like the film? Did you think it was great and that more people should see it? Or did you think it was terrible and Disney should really just stay in its own lane? Or are you somewhere in between? With that said, how'd you like Disneycember? Once again, it was so much fun doing this and I love hearing your guys' feedback and different reactions. And yeah, it's a lot of work, but man, it's a lot of fun. And I love hearing what all of you think about these different movies, shows, and games. I had just as great a time this year as I have all the other years, and I can't wait to do it again next year. Thank you all for not only watching this year, but for just watching all these years. By God, we've been doing this over 10 years, if you can believe that. It's so crazy. I truly do have all of you to thank for that, and I guess there's nothing else to say, but I'll see you next Disneycember.